Okay, good morning everybody. Today is the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County work session on Tuesday, October 13th, 2015. And we have a facilities update with Dave Detweiler from Facilities.
Well, good morning, Dave Detweiler from Facilities. Today we want to update you primarily on the new Sheriff and County Administration building and get your input on some of our larger vision topics. So let me do a little preface. In your package, we reiterated again the values that were generated by our visioning team, which included a broad cross-section of employees and leaders in the organization. And what we're going to look at today really focuses on two of those visions and how to balance those visions. One is our stewardship about dollars and what we want to do with the dollars we have and the resources we have. And the other is about our limits of abilities to build downtown on this site multiple times and the cost benefit to coming back and building versus the cost benefit of building the most we can build at one point in time. So we've had our design team put together multiple options, as you've seen before. Last time we reviewed Lego blocks and how those departments might fit in the building.
Who's on the design team?
The design team, our architect Bill Poss here in town, along with Redstone Architects, who is a consultant out of Michigan, who primarily does public safety buildings, sheriff, police facilities. So there are expertise in that. We have engineers from both in town and out of town working on some of the technical systems. And then internally we have a team that includes Joe DeSalvo, John Redmond, Jody, John, Phyllis, Cindy Hubin. So we have a kind of cross-section across the organization that comes together on a weekly basis to really get into the details of what we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Yep. Hi, Rachel.
Hey, how are you?
So we are going to scoot you because I am going to show some
go.
screen stuff. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So John, I don't know if there's any other just big picture prep you want to hit before we...
Today is really, I think, about getting, since our last meeting, we've spent more time with departments and really looking at our programming and understanding how a footprint might look to meet exactly what the organization has planned for and said it needs versus being able to build a maximum footprint that would allow maximum growth going into the future. Obviously, those two designs have pretty different plans to them, and so we wanted to bring those back to you since there have been some changes or alternatives developed since our last layout. Get direction from the board again so that we can bring this to the next level of design and come back to you with more detailed schematics and such. And so today's really about high-level alternatives. Staff does have a preferred option, which is not right now to maximize that square footage, and we'll talk about that throughout the presentation.
Let me ask one quick question. This sort of will go into this later this afternoon's discussion about the budget. But if I read that budget information correctly, one of the assumptions was that within the next 7 years, we would see an increase of about 30 staff increase by about 30 people. No, I didn't.
No, that wasn't. We have been increasing staff, but a lot of that has not necessarily been a net increase over the past few years, and we'll talk about that. Like, for example, information technology being outsourced.
That's fine, because my question then would have been, if that was the case, was that taken into account with the different design
Yes,
options?
yeah, that was taken into account.
Right.
Yeah.
So our program that we've done projected, each department projected their growth out to 2029, and that's what our when you hear us talk about our baseline program, it's based on those 2029 projections, and then I'll give you some above and beyond that. Here's what options would provide. So if you remember when we talked about the Lego blocks, one of the things we talked about was that in the design that we were looking at that day, the garage level would be a level below the basement of this building. So the proposed building at that point in time had the same floor levels as this building, and then below that, in the parking lot between the jail, was a parking deck. So it was essentially 2 levels below below the level we're sitting at. So I'm going to take you through these 2 options starting at that level, 2 stories below where we're sitting right now. So in the option we showed you before, that would have about 12-space parking garage. We're still working on some of the layout of how that works, but that would be 2 stories below. At that level, we've been continuing our dialogues with the city of Aspen about their project that would sit on Zupanzas. At that level, our ability to connect to their underground parking structure is really hard. I wouldn't say impossible, because for the right check, you can solve most engineering problems. But it's really, really difficult. It doesn't tie in easily.
And why? Because of different grades?
They're a level above us. They're going to be at -1 essentially. This would be -2 from here. They're at -1. While we can still connect through our building from their structure into our occupied building, if you will, it just gets a little harder. It gets to where that one of the real drivers from the sheriff's office and the APD is to try to get an egress off of Rio Grande by the skate park into this garage, and then a separate exit, which may happen behind Obermeyer. It may happen through the city's garage some other way, but it's nice to have 2 entry exit points, so that if one got blocked or there's an issue, it's just better safety. So we're working on that. So having those garages on the same level really helps that scenario.
Can I ask, would this qualify if we were to do this second basement level? Didn't the city just take that out, so you can no longer do that in the city, or would it?
That's only residential.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we would be okay.
Okay. Plus, I know we have that grade factor there.
Yeah. So we're calling it a maximum square foot option. Again, one of the visions from the visioning team was, if we're downtown, we should build the maximum that we can when we build, because that square foot cost of those incremental square feet, of those additional square feet, is much less if we build it now versus if we come back later and build. And so that was just one of the visions they put out, and we're trying to address that vision and see how that plays out. So again, on the right, this is kind of the plan you saw last time when we did Lego blocks. So this is the level below where we're sitting. And again, I'll walk you through that plan, but it had the BOCC 1 level below where we're at now in the addition. Allows for some very tall ceilings. We'd have kind of this open stair that came down from the main level to that space, and we'd have some sheriff admin space, storage space, evidence processing, that sort of thing. We'd have bits in essentially where they are now. We'd have an elections conference training room here. So this is what we went through last time, and none of that option has changed from when we did our Lego block study. But if we go to what is the staff preferred option, which rather than building the maximum we can build, says let's take our program that has about 1,000 square feet of future growth space already built into it. In those 2029 projections, it's about 1,000 square feet, a little bit more than that. What can we build that and have our garage still be at that tie-in level to the cities? And
So that's at -1.
That's at -1. So in our preferred option, which builds less square feet, we'd have that secure parking garage at -1, maintains great connectivity to the city's garage, works well with our parking and our connectivity to the Sally Port of the jail. It doesn't match up exactly, but it's close enough that we can make it work with ramps so that we don't have to go up and down an elevator to get in and out of that Sally Port, which is still the desire. Then it puts the sheriff's, their back of house function. It's weapons storage, evidence storage, that sort of stuff all happens off of that garage, so it does have good connectivity to that. And we keep the elections processing room when we're in the middle of an election, and it serves as a conference room, training room, other times of the year. Stays in that garden level of this building, and it's a good spot for it because it has some natural light coming in. We come up a level. Again, I'll call it the plan you saw before, has the sheriff essentially taken over the first floor of the new building. Clerk and recorder takes over essentially the entire floor that we're sitting in. In our preferred option, it's the same thing happening in this end of the building. It would be clerk and recorder.
So that's your current proposal?
Yep.
All these options, I mean, I'd like to be grounded in,
Yep.
the option on the right is the past.
That's what you saw last time.
That's the past option.
Yeah.
The one that you're proposing today, the current proposal, is the one on the left.
Correct. Correct. And I'll give you the differences here at the end in terms of that big picture question that John talked about. So again, clerk and recorder happening, same thing. We have, extra space above and beyond what they need, and so we'll find some uses for that. Current thinking would be some sort of bike storage with potential shower for employees so that we can encourage that keeping out of cars and riding your bike to the facility the best we can. Over in the first floor of the addition, again, sheriff would stay here, so they've got great public access on the main level, right through the lobby, and it brings the BOCC meeting room up to that first level, right off the main lobby, right next to the front doors, so that accessibility, that visibility is much better coming off the front doors. If you remember, one of the reasons we were feeling the need to do this open stair was because the BOCC meeting room was a level below, and we wanted people to understand that was where they needed to go. And so that kind of ate up some real estate in making that happen. Here we don't need to do that. It happens right off the first.
I noticed when we were on the first basement level, the BOCC meeting room, it was about 1,700 square feet. You're cutting it back to 13. What is our meeting space in here?
About 600.
600.
So we determined that 13 will be sufficient for BOCC meeting room?
That's what our program asked for.
So the 1,700 was a bonus?
Yes. So the goal here, the kind of underlying premise was we want to maximize that build. We want to get the economy of scale of essentially building our maximum footprint. And so some of the spaces kind of just grew into what real estate was available to them.
And what's in that little yellow square with the little tiny writing in
This
there?
one?
Yeah, I can't read it with
Let me
anything.
come up a level. So in the old plan, I'll call it the old plan, the max plan, we had this kind of big lobby with this open stair that went up and down. And then we had a smaller lobby where our elevator occurred and a code required stair
Another
happened.
stair.
So it was somewhat redundant. We had that conversation when we were here
Yeah,
last
about all
time.
those
Why are
stairs.
all these stairs? So we attacked that redundancy. And
We
this
like
is
that.
a new lobby, which is more than adequate. This is lobby space off the first floor. This is really that vertical element that can have a skylight on the top, an open stair. The image I keep using and people keep feeding back to me is the downtown fire station. That lobby,
Walk into the-
when you lock in, it's not a huge space. It's got a nice open stair. You know where you're going. You know how to get up to the next level. But it has great light in it.
And
It's that sort of a
restrooms-
space.
Restrooms are
They're
in
here
that
in the purple.
square? Okay.
Yep. And then janitor's closet and back of house. We haven't gone too far with this because we wanted to
Yeah,
have
just-
this meeting and see if that was the right direction.
You know, I would really like to verify for sure what the square footage of this room is.
Okay.
You know, I know I live in 740 square feet, so it's hard to visualize that this is really actually only 600, to tell you the
It's-
truth. But I'm a little nervous about getting in that space and then finding out it's still really inadequate for the public. You know, we just had to move a large meeting over to City Hall, and that room wasn't big enough, you know, frankly, for everyone who wished to be there. And they at least had an overflow room where people could watch on video, and we don't have that. And so just, you know, I'm sharing Patty's concern about, is it really, because I'd like to see that when we get into the new space, you know, we already have the grassroots cabinet set up and a real desk area for them and the new AV equipment and, you know, everything, and then how much seating will really be left for the public when we do it.
How much space is in the library community room in the new one that's being built? How many square feet?
Less than this. We
Less
can
than
get you that
13.
number. What we'll do in the next, we
Yeah.
did look at that in great detail as we looked at some preliminary designs for this space. This box, as well as the box below, would be subdividable. So normally it would be less than this space, and we'd have an HR training room with an operable partition that we would use for trainings, computer training. It would serve as the vote center during elections, but would have an operable partition that could be opened up for those overflow meetings for this group or for bigger.
Yeah, I mean, it may be fully adequate. I'm just having a hard time getting my.
Yeah, so in that, when we were, our first studies on that, we did some furniture layouts to test our seating request versus what that space could provide, and I think we've got plenty, but what we'll do is bring back to you
Just double
some,
check.
some preliminary layouts, because a lot of how we want to use that is still yet to be determined, but we can address your concern.
George has a question.
Sure.
Dave, the white space, is that the reception area?
So that would be open lobby for the first floor only, and yes, should we elect to have a reception person, that person would be there, or it would be an informational kiosk if that's where we went. It has adequate space for both, and it serves as that overflow for, you know, the exec session happening in the meeting room.
People waiting outside.
Great place for people to go, still inside, don't have to go outside.
The original proposal, at least for the BOCC meeting room, was to have an adjacent room that could be used for trainings, and then if it was needed, that
Yep.
BOCC room could then be expanded.
Same thing here.
But it's only expanded to what size?
Again, if you go back to the old plan, this was more square feet than our program asked for. We went through our programming exercise several times with all the groups involved and determined how many square feet we needed for each space. Because in the previous scheme, our request to the design team, so they didn't do something wrong, our request to them was, show us the most we can build so that we can get the economy of scale. Show me the biggest footprint. Show me how I get the most bang for the buck to try to get that square foot cost down. And so what they did is took the prerogative to expand some of our spaces beyond what our ask was into the real estate that was available. So
Well,
That
and
wasn't my question, though, but,
So-
so we had the option to expand a meeting room that
Right.
could also double as a separate conference room.
You still have that.
Still have that, but it's in a smaller square footage.
It's a smaller
now.
square footage.
Yeah,
It'll
so
have a wall that
before, you had 1,700 square feet that could be subdivided into 2 rooms, basically.
Yeah.
Now we're proposing 1,300 square feet can still be subdivided into 2 rooms. And part of that is looking at the design. If you look at how we're sitting in this room right now, we're using half the room
Yeah.
for 6 people. And a lot of that is the dimensions and such. If you have more width and such, you can still get that curved sense, but you can use less square footage this way. You know, if we were to here, let's say, you could fit 3 or 4 more rows of people. So that's having the space free-spanned and designed from scratch. We're going to be able to make the room a lot more efficient than what we've got
Because
now.
the other, it seems like the only other opportunity is if the sheriff's department needed to have sort of a training room that could be adjacent to the BOCC, that we could then expand into that. Because the sheriff's space actually has increased from the original proposal.
Not in total, it hasn't.
Total.
And again, the correction is, you know, I really rode the team hard on making that program be correct so that it really reflected what it was we needed. This was bigger than what we needed and asked for. It was just somebody expanding into the space, and it's really hard to see it. And we'll come back in another work session and we'll look at that space in more detail. But they're showing here in this space some of the chairs, and you can see the amount of real estate that is just an empty box that is above and beyond whatever seating we needed. And this had more seating than we asked for. It was just a box to fill the space. It wasn't a box that showed what we needed. The box here is the size that we asked for, that adequately meets our needs but doesn't overbuild it. Your comment about the sheriff is a great one, because they do have both a big conference space and a kind of an emergency response sort of a room in the program that can be located up here in the front, and if we found that we needed some additional overflow, we can make that happen.
Rachel?
Thanks, Steve. You know, what strikes me is that perhaps we need a schematic of how this room is going to lay out on the preferred option. You know, because just looking at it like this, it's very hard to see. I see that it's not an even square. And so, and I know there's going to be entry doors, and so you can't have things in front of the entry door. So just trying to think about how it lays out. If we saw that, it might answer all the questions, as opposed to when I look at that, I just think, boy, we're going to have an obstacle already to begin with because of that not a square. And when I put in the grassroots booths, are we going to be stuck in an awkward configuration again? And if someone can show me that it's less than an awkward configuration, and obviously we're probably going to have different desks, and these things are kind of big, bulky, and ancient. But that's what I think would help at least me along with this, is to see how we would perceive of laying that space out, as opposed to saying, this is the cubicle that fits, and now we're going to make a meeting room out of it. And as opposed to, we're going to design a meeting room that, you know, we can be proud of, the P&Z, the Open Space and Trails, all the groups that use it. It's very functional, and the public isn't going to be shunted again the way they are now into just what space remains. Then I feel okay about it. I mean, 1,300 feet is a lot of square footage. A lot of homes are 1,500 square feet, you know, and it's all about how it's laid out. But maybe, you know, you guys could actually work on and show us what that design would look like. But I'd hate to be, well, the windows are here and the doors here and the heaters here and grassroots has to be here, so everything gets rearranged around that, and it's more of an afterthought as opposed to pre-planning finally to have a really great meeting room.
Great point. We are looking at it exactly as you have described. It's not just sitting here because that was an empty box where it might fit. Recognize that our task here today is not to
Yeah, I don't want to
overly get
micromanage,
into the
but
details, but kind of answer that big picture question of building the most square feet we can build versus building a building that fits what our ask was. And that space does fit what our ask was. We'll come back in later versions. I actually have a first draft of that on my computer. We just haven't vetted it yet. But you can kind of see here, we're really just drawing some PDF boxes, and there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
reason that this cutout is happening other than we just put some boxes on a plan pretty quick.
Okay.
But the goal here is get the BOCC right off of the first floor so that accessibility to the public, we feel, is better in this plan than having to go down to the lower level. That's the premise that we're trying to hit. If we go up a level, again, the old plan had ComDev in the existing plaza building. It had open space, treasurer, and assessor. And then again, you can see in the white space, that was future growth / lobby space. In our preferred option, ComDev stays in the same spot. They work great there. Open space, same spot. Treasurer, same spot. What we're doing is popping out our addition a little bit farther, and we're going to get bits up onto this floor and the assessor. So it gets bits up out of the basement into a better functioning office scenario for those employees. The blue box is some growth space. That would be current conference room space. If open space, who is out of these groups the most likely to grow, they could just flow right out into that space. Again, we'll be designing very flexible spaces, so if the growth came someplace else, we have the ability to rearrange people fairly simply.
And the yellow box in the center, again, is
Yes.
an elevator as well as a stairway?
It's an elevator, stair. Right now, the desire is an atrium type facility that has a skylight at the top to help get some natural light. Because again, our visioning team felt really strongly that both for our employees and our customers, maximizing the natural light while still being stewards of our dollars was valuable, and that
And the other little yellow box is the existing elevator stairway.
existing elevator and stair.
So we,
It has the potential, this stair has the potential to not meet current codes. It's an older building. So we may end up tearing that little appendage off the building, rebuilding that stair internally, which actually, from my perspective, is a nice thing. The city's building, their police building is going to sit on this grid line, so it's going to line up with this wall, essentially. And so it'd be nice to open up that Main Street kind of walk with a deeper sort of a plaza walkway there. It really does create a better experience, and I think when pedestrians are coming down Main Street looking for APD, if that little knob is gone, it'll be easier visually for them to see that building kind of sitting behind. And it's more, I wouldn't spend money to get rid of it if it didn't need to go, but if code-wise it just doesn't comply,
then we're not, okay.
then it has some benefit for it being gone. So again, we're being, versus all the white space that is future kind of growth expansion space where we can pull in, you can see here we're a little bit tighter in kind of the hallways and just this elevator lobby.
So Dave, on the purple aspect, you mentioned a bump out.
Yeah, so in the older plan, the edge of the second floor building, the back wall was somewhere in here. You can see we've popped it out a little bit to accommodate all the folks we're trying to now put on this floor. But our net pickup is we're building one less level in the entire.
And what's that on the level, on the first floor?
It's the sheriff.
So it's the same perimeter as,
Yeah.
okay.
And that actually goes down the law enforcement driveway now, so it's just kind of going a little bit further
Yeah.
than what the original plan was to stay level with the building.
And again, these are still at the schematic concept level, just to get your feedback on this big picture vision sort of question. We'll come back here in the near future with a more detailed layout of exactly how that works.
So could you expand all the way down the length of this driveway?
It becomes an issue with the access back into Obermeyer, the access into the city's garage. They've got either an access point that happens somewhere up in here. So you come off of Rio Grande, and you could either turn into those Obermeyer parking spaces, or come up, and right when you hit that retaining wall where those old cabins are, that's where the potential entry into the city's garage would be. If we,
So who owns that property?
city.
City owns that, so, okay.
We could come down our driveway, but again, we're trying to work with them in something that benefits both sides, and they're trying to work with us, where the access into both garages might happen through ours, and then an exit out behind Obermeyer through that alley. That's still being worked out, because that's not without its own issues, but for right now, so the other issue, so that access between Obermeyer and their potential access into their garage is one issue. We have our entry into our garage that while we could build over that, theoretically that's possible, we potentially could have some height issues in terms of building height, because Rio Grande is so much lower and you measure from the street level, and so as our building comes straight out, we start to get to be too tall. Now, can it step down? Yes. It starts to be less efficient in terms of what we can do with that if it steps down.
Rachel?
I'd like to make sure that the construction of the roof of the possible roof deck patio would be strong enough that a future
Yep.
addition could be added to it
Absolutely.
without a lot of retrofit.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. So as we move up, again, the option you saw before had HR and finance in this building up in the upper level. They work great, so our preferred option would keep them in the same. We had the county attorney, same thing here. We had admin on the back. We still show admin up here. We've now showing the employee lounge, which was kind of moving around in several options in this version. And again, we've got another shared conference room space that's open to all departments and can take on some future growth. And you can see on this level the footprint gets smaller than at this one as we try to be more efficient in just building what we need.
And the employee lounge is where microwave, refrigerator, and all those things are?
Yeah,
I
mailbox.
I personally would prefer to call it the break room as opposed to a lounge.
Yep.
I have a question,
Mhm.
again. I see you've split up the admin space. Is it equivalent to the same square footage?
Yeah. And again, this
Should be less,
Yeah.
actually.
A little less in the preferred?
this box was
Yeah.
more than our ask by a good bit. And so what we did is there was an interim between this. So as we went through the department reviews of this version, we went through room by room, person by person. So where is this person? Where is this person? We identified all the extra real estate that was in each of these, and we actually had them put some, color it gray if it actually is what we asked for, and leave it white if it wasn't what we asked for. And this one had a box about this big that wasn't what we asked for. Now, again, that's not that they did something bad,
It's
because
just where they put the
we wanted
logos.
them to show us the bigger. And when they showed it to us in a different way, we said, oh, let's look at this option. Let's look and see, can we lose one level, get the benefit of the garage coming up, still meet all of our projected growth needs and then some, and obviously this is a less first cost building than
This-
building bigger.
So I know this is not an issue of greatest importance with the whole facilities. Where are you putting us? In that little box, in that little, still in the green corner? I don't mind being out on the patio if the weather's, that would be
Yeah,
nice.
your spaces are still in the green box with
Okay.
admin, yep.
Okay.
And we did account for
Yeah.
the comments that we received
Yeah.
from the board about needing a place to meet with constituents.
Yeah,
and
we
those
don't
sorts of
need a
things.
lot, we just need some little
Yeah.
place to land,
Yeah.
I think. Like I said, outside would be fine.
Well, the commissioners, we we know we're not gonna get more than 5 commissioners, so we don't have to plan for future expansion. Some of the other departments, we wanna make sure they have plenty of square footage, because they might be adding staff in the future.
Yeah, and again, each of the boxes that you see, let's just pick on ComDev, because they have one of the bigger growth potentials. The colored-in box already accommodates their projected growth through 2029. So there are, I want to say, 6 to 8 of the workstations that you kind of see colored underneath here that are really for future folks coming on when we grow. In the short term, we'll use those spaces, we'll set them up as conference room spaces that are available to all departments, because we know that's always a need for us.
But with ComDev, I think we need to build in, when we go to the interior design, little nooks and crannies, because they don't know how to work in space that they can actually move their elbows. They're gonna miss that, I think.
Well, they had the most fun helping to lay out their space. They came in with drawings.
You look where Suzanne Wolf, and then you look, Mike's in this tall, skinny one, Suzanne's in this little, with the slanted roofs and
I
dormers.
hope they're watching on TV, but I think we ought to reconstruct what they have over there in the space we have.
That's what I'm
So they'll
thinking.
feel just totally comfortable.
No
with their-
partitions with padded things that,
And that would fit in a much smaller box. So that kind of lays out physically our preferred option, staff. That project team that I described before, when I say staff preferred, is that project team that we talked about, including the sheriff and the folks in the room. So that group preferred this, and we'll talk about the whys, but let me hit you with a few numbers so you understand what we're talking about. We've got our original program request. When we first brought this project to you, this column will talk about that original project. Then we're going to talk about this current preferred and that maximum square foot option, which is get the most bang for the buck while you're here building. So originally we asked for 1 story below and the 3 above. That's what the preferred has. The maximum option got us that 1 extra level below grade. That is it's a level that is not without risk. As we all know from the Rio Grande garage, that digging a hole down deep sometimes has risk associated with it. And while we certainly are physically able to build that level, it is a risky level to get down farther in the ground. Our original program talked about 44 to 48,000 feet. This preferred option is at 48,000 feet. That max option, that's where we pick up about another 8,000 square feet of building that allows us more future growth.
And just for the public, that does include this space that we're in now.
Correct, that does include this building, yeah, which is almost 20,000. So one of the, how did we get here? When we went through our program, and you really just pull out the office space for each department. So you're taking out janitor's closets and electrical closets and stairs and all that stuff. Really about 30,000 feet is what we need. This preferred option gives us 30,000 feet. The maximum option upped that by about 3,000 feet. It also upped some of those public spaces, the lobbies, as we saw. So some of it was in there. Garage space, we always just said get us the most we can. We're still looking at about the same number of spaces between the 2 options. It's not helping our parking problem, but it's not hurting us. It's about giving us what we've got. Expansion capability. We had about 1,000 square feet of future growth already built into those colored boxes. The preferred option gives us about another 1,000 square feet. It was in those conference rooms that we'll use for conference rooms now and can grow into. So it does provide a little bit more than that. We were about 6,000 feet in the max. So there was a lot of growth potential. And whether or not you folks believe that growth would happen here and we would need to accommodate that growth here, or that growth really in the future might be down valley or someplace else is one of the questions, you know, that our memo talks about. Construction duration, we didn't really define it.
Tomorrow.
Our current estimates on that are about 14 months for the preferred option, about 16 months for the max, and that's because the hole's got to get that much deeper and coming out is that much slower. Connection to the city garage, we wanted that to happen. This option, the preferred option, does allow that to happen. The maximum square foot, I'm saying no only because I think that the cost to try to make it work is going to be really prohibitive. BOCC, we didn't really state a preference in our program. Preferred has it on the first floor main lobby, which I think we talked about when we did the Lego blocks. There was a strong push by a lot of our group to not have the BOCC meeting room at the lower level. That we felt like that public access was better on the main level, but we thought we could make it work on the lower level. So there was some still support for this as being the preference rather than having it on the garden level. Total cost, current projected budget would be about $24 million on the preferred versus $27 on the maximum. About a $3 million premium for that additional square feet that you see happening here is really the nuts and bolts of it.
You know, I really appreciate this preferred option. One of my concerns was the community looking at us and saying, you know, you're building as much as you can build because you can build it, whether or not you need it. I think the preferred option shows the community that we're building what we need with an eye on the future. And I think that's critical because of all the concerns about all the building that's going on with the city's proposal to build new buildings. I think I'm hearing a lot of concern on the street about more development, more construction, etc. And I've been very careful to explain to people what we're doing here, what the plan is here, and how we're trying to minimize the impacts to the community, both in expense, square footage, construction activities, view planes, everything you name. I think the county is really doing the best that we can possibly do to address all those issues that I'm hearing from people. So I really appreciate being able to go out and saying we're not building an extra floor just because we can. You know, it's down there. We're building what we need, and we're building it for the community.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, I realize those dollar numbers are approximate costs, but, you know, if we were getting that third level of parking, or the, however you want to define it, second level down, and it was a $3 million difference, that's $300,000 of parking space. You know, if we were to get 10 there because of the ramps, you know, maybe it'd be a little less. So I can see letting that go. I do like the other refinements that you've been able to work through with the committees and yourself and all. I'm kind of wondering, did we already have a programming for the 12 parking space? Are 3 of those judges for the courts and the others are sheriff vehicles? Or how does that, are we required to provide parking for the court personnel?
Yeah.
I don't know about parking.
Judges, yeah.
I don't know that we're required to, but what we were doing is replicating what made sense about this is it's a secured area. I mean, one of the challenges that we're trying to overcome with these improvements is the unsecured nature right now that our court system is working in. This will certainly position us to address that. Some of that is having the reserved and secured parking along with the sheriff's department. And Joe, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I think you just covered it. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a requirement. It's something-
but it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
For us to provide the court space.
So we're essentially replicating what we have
makes
here
sense.
in the secure garage.
Yeah, I just think that would be important to go in with an understanding, you know, not have somebody say later, oh, well, Joey, you can only park 6 here because, you know, there's a requirement for 6 with the courts or whatever it is, and it's not certainly to pick on the courts. I know that at CCI, there's 2 different bills that they're going to try to advance this year. One is to get the state to start contributing to the district court budget, so it's not all on county backs. And the second is to start contributing to courthouse maintenance and costs and things like that. So I don't know if either of those will succeed, or if we can use any portion of that to pay for the parking that's required that we produce or anything like that. So we'll just have to keep our eyes on those things. But I would like to just know, again, if they're pre-assigned or what's going to happen with them.
So Joey, would your staff need for parking as well as the city police department? Are they going to accommodate all of their cars in their
Yes.
building? Is that
Yeah.
their intent?
Yeah.
So there won't be any on-street parking? And so the scenario that we went through with the library, with the redesign of the roundabout and looking at needs to allocate certain parking spots for public safety, that won't be needed, or?
Jody, you'll probably be able to speak to this better, but I think there's 3 spots that are going to be dedicated on the west side. Are those
At the end of the
public
day.
parking?
There are, for right now, the way they have it set up is that it's for law enforcement parking.
Okay.
But once they move over, then there'll be public or corridor. So I don't know that the city's determined that, but I can find out more information.
Okay, I'm just curious, because when we had that whole conversation with the
Yeah.
library and trying to accommodate public safety vehicles.
Yeah, I think all of
Okay.
their operations are going into their
Yeah.
garage.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll have a bigger garage than we will.
Yeah, but they may find they want one car street side, ready to go, something like that. You never know.
And as we're really working with this city, starting to have more meetings now that we're both kind of getting there to figure out how we can collaborate, as Dave was talking about.
Yeah, I just note if we're looking at, pros and cons, I think, Patty, you did a good job of laying out what the pros that the staff saw at the preferred option. Some of the challenges are you don't know what the future holds, right? And so that is the incentive to try and maximize on-site so that your incremental costs tend to be a little bit lower to do it all at once and such, and you provide yourself a buffer to address what's coming. I think where staff landed on the preferred option, not recommending that maximum is, well, there's probably a few trends that are really going to impact us in the future. One is technology. That as technology moves along is probably fundamentally going to change how we do business and whether we do business in brick and mortar kind of settings in the same way that we do here. That goes hand in hand with the expectations of this, whatever the next generation or 2 or 3 of workers is going to expect. And those workspace expectations are changing from what we plan to today to what we'll likely plan to tomorrow. And I think the third thing that kind of influenced thinking is where is service demand going to grow more likely in the future? Is it all in the core? Are we going to see more demand from other parts of the county that may suggest in the future we should be looking at satellite facilities that may both move services closer to population, but would also absorb future growth? And I think when we looked at those factors, it made sense not to necessarily maximize downtown, to build what we could project our needs are going to be through 2029 with some significant expansion space. That 2,000 square feet of space can accommodate quite a bit. That's half a floor in this building, if you think of it that way. That was the most responsible way to kind of make that incremental decision-making, deal with those uncertainties, be fiscally responsible, but do the right thing for our community now. And that's, but the cons are, I think, with the preferred option is you take a little bit of risk. And then the only other con I could think of is the roof of the meeting room will be a little bit shorter than in the original.
That won't bother me
plan.
at all.
I would say, John, since we're looking at future capacity out to 2029, which is really 14 years from now, But if we go back 14, 15 years, where do we see growth? We didn't see a tremendous amount of growth. And so as a small county, I don't see a tremendous increase in terms of government growth. I mean, we've got Health and Human Services building that can handle their needs. We've got the Public Safety, Public Works building. You know, we're already sort of have different outside infrastructure. So I don't see the county becoming substantially larger that we're going to need this additional space in the next 14 and the next 30 years, frankly. Again, if we look historically over the last 20, 30 years, where this community has really seen a tremendous amount of growth relative to its history, I don't see that continuing in terms of meeting the public's needs for county services for space.
And it tends to expand and then contract with economic cycles too, and so you kind of peak out. And so if you look at the community development space that's planned, for example, that is almost you could almost call it a surge capacity kind of space that it can expand into, but it's probably going to, you know, expand and contract as development cycles expand and contract. So we've tried to, I think, anticipate that, and I agree with you, George, and that's why I think staff landed on we'd like to move forward with the preferred option as probably the better solution for our organization in the long run. And we think it's probably greater than a 2029 solution, obviously. I think it's a long-term solution.
Michael?
David, the parking is a secure parking, so only sheriff's deputies go in there. Then how do you ventilate? What are the requirements for ventilation of a space like that?
It still has code required ventilation. That's not hard to do. The level of security most likely is a roll down gate grill on this end of it, and on wherever we connect with the cities, probably on their end. So you'd have to have a swipe card, authorization to have that gate lift and enter. The garage will need to have forced air ventilation regardless, because it's an underground space.
And so that ventilation goes where?
That space would get essentially exhausted out. You put supply air into it and you would exhaust it out. It wouldn't go into the rest of the building. It wouldn't cross mingle.
Is your concern, Michael, about noise on the front plaza?
Well, it seems to me that, you know, you need a fair amount of mechanical facilities to vent a space that big. So where do you put that? And where do you actually vent it? So I know you'd vent it out.
Yeah.
But where out? You know, so you go up through the building and vent it to the above, or do you vent it perpendicular to the space, and then you open a window above that? And, you know, so it's just a conundrum.
Those will be figured out. There are code requirements for where that ventilation can happen and how close it can be to a window or an intake louver or something that'll suck air back. There's separations that code mandates you have. We already have some exhaust from the jail happening right about back in here. There's 4 or 5 exhaust vents and pipes. Our engineers, once we give them the preferred solution, will start working on that. I'm not overly concerned that we can't find the right answer.
Yeah, I mean, just mechanical, unanswered mechanical questions eat up usable space, and they impact everything around it. So what we see is sort of big blocks. All of this has to be channels and vents.
Absolutely.
You know, so you lose it. So you end up with this kind of thing, posts in the middle of the room that nobody planned for, but it has to go there. So you know, that's a problem, and we need to be aware of that. I know we haven't got to that planning stage, but so the difficulty is you like these spaces, you like where they are, and then you take it to an engineer, and he changes the space, and we don't like it as much. So we have to be kept abreast of that as we go forward. And I think mechanical noise, certainly for the Veterans Park, is a significant problem. You know, and so we're adding 20,000 square feet or something. So, and it's gonna be quieter. You know, I don't know, but I don't wanna end up at the end with more noise, more impacts, less space. That's all.
Well, and I would just say that part of that big picture planning is really looking at our opportunities to put this building on the boiler plant at the jail. You know, so we're trying to figure out, is there efficiencies and ways that we can use some of the space that we've built already? We're replacing the rooftop unit at the jail. Is there opportunity for us to combine, or, I mean, again, we'll get to all those details and see what we can work together. Last week, we met with the city and talked about, is there opportunities to share a transformer? Do we need to share a generator? So, again, all those details, I mean, I know my staff is worried about where's the trash compactor gonna go and how are people gonna get their stuff there. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and we'll get to that detail, and I think then the plan is to come back and show you a little more at the next level of that, where that stuff is anticipated. But I get what you're saying.
But to get there, we need to know whether we should do that on the preferred option or the
Right.
original.
Yeah.
Should.
I had one quick question. There was the discrepancy on the square footage of the sheriff's office, and it looks like on the preferred alternative on the ground floor level, they maybe are gaining more space, but then they have quite a bit less storage space down in the basement level. Is that true?
One of the not ideal things about the maximum square foot plan was that we had the very likely potential of Joe's staff needing to be split between two levels. That patrol would end up in that garden level so that they could have quick access to their cars in the garage, but then Joe would be a level above that, and we were already working on some solutions to make that interaction still work well. In the preferred option, all the staff ends up on that first level, and the garden level really just becomes the more storage components, the evidence storage, the weapons storage, processing for evidence, all that stuff. So all of his staff is up. So you're right, it's bigger on the first floor, smaller on the garden level, but functionally, I think that it works much better.
And for evidence storage, Joe, would you still have to have something like at Public Works? Because you might have to store a vehicle for evidence.
Is working on.
Would that be, so you'd still have something on an off-site
We're
location?
talking about trying to get one in the garage,
Yeah.
in that parking garage, either a chain link parking area or an actual garage, a walled garage. So all our needs could be met for vehicle and evidence storage, long-term and short-term, with either one of these solutions.
And I think the APD, with them moving out of the jail when they go, because they have storage down there, that frees up space, and we've expanded the space for the sheriff now, so it's going to give them a significant amount of space down there for that overflow, or maybe long-term, and maybe the stuff in the new building is more of the stuff that they need to access, and then it goes to storage.
Okay. So, kind of summarizing my thoughts, I like having our board meeting room on the ground level. I think that is the best for the public. If there's a way we could have a common meeting room that is normally the sheriff's, but we could open up the wall. If we have a big meeting, public, with a lot of public coming, that we want more square footage, so we don't have to try to go into City Hall or some other location. That would be, to me, preferable. But I like the concept, and I like the fact that we eliminated a whole set of stairways. A lot of that atrium area, we're making better use of all of that area, and so we're really being more efficient with the use of the square footage. therefore we don't have as much expansion space into the future. But I kind of agree with George that, you know, we have other places that we need to expand on our other campuses, and we don't have to do everything here. And it might be an incentive too to try to not expand the county staff too much, but always be lean and mean on that department too.
I'm supportive of the preferred option and appreciate you continuing to look at the issues we've raised.
You know, the difficulty is, I mean, Patty talked about being able to face constituents because we have less square footage, but I think one of the assurances that the public gets from our space now is knowing that we really can't expand within that space. So you're adding this square footage, and the biggest fear of the public is, well, that will lead, more square footage will lead to an expansion of county government, no matter what the conditions are. And that's the issue. That's a public perception issue. And so we really haven't addressed, we really need to go through again the limited space that community development has, the limited space that public safety has, and that we're not really expanding government. We're just bringing it up to standards that are doable, and we're getting lost in these acceptance of this space. And I think we have to repeat constantly that. It isn't an expansion of government. It's just an accommodation to decent meeting spaces, evidence storage, that kind of thing. And we need to repeat that.
Yeah, I agree with Michael. It's a great comment. And, you know, to elaborate on it, we're literally just recreating space that we have on the third floor of City Hall that we're losing, and in the courthouse, which we're losing to the courts in many ways. So that's a lot of the space. But frankly, I think that paying this off for the next 20 years, we're not going to be expanding payroll that much anyhow, guys. No matter who wanted to or for what reason, there's not going to be the money there when we're paying this off.
George?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
So, yeah,
All right.
Very good.
Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
And,
look at that preferred
I'd
option.
like to commend all the planning team that's been working on this. I think, you know, it's done a good job, I think, on looking at this big picture and coming up with a good plan.
Thank you. So just for the board, we do have lunch for our next meeting. It's set up out here for any of the audience members that want to join us in that. I think there's probably enough. Then we come back for a Forest Service discussion. I think I saw Karen.
Yeah,
Karen's here.
behind the pillar.
Oh, behind the pillar. Okay.
Adequate meeting space.
What?
Adequate meeting space.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session. We're having a lunch meeting with Karen Schroyer from the Forest Service, and we have some different items. And Karen, welcome. We're glad to have you here. This is always a fun meeting when we get together with you.
You think?
Yeah, definitely. So I'll let you carry on explaining things, and then we'll ask questions or make comments on each item, I think, as we go along.
You bet. And I'll just start off with, you guys asked for some budget-related items and updates, and I thought, well, let's get over with the depressing stuff first, and then we can move on to maybe some more interesting things. So these are some budget-related numbers that I think George has already seen. We've presented this information to the Crystal River Environmental Protection Association last month when Scott Fitzwilliams was asked to speak at their annual meeting, and just some kind of interesting data on the budget trends of the White River National Forest from 2003 to 2015. I won't go through all of the numbers, but you can see that our total budget in actual dollars, this is not including any cost for inflation or cost of living adjustments, has dropped from $20,398,000 in 2003 to $18,700,000 in 2015. Interestingly enough, the revenue that the White River brings in, most of it returns to the U.S. Treasury, has jumped dramatically. About $8.9 million in revenue in 2003 and over $18 million in revenue in 2015. The bulk of that is through our oil and gas leasing and our ski resort revenue. And unfortunately, all that money goes right to the Treasury. None of it stays here on the forest. So, interesting numbers. If we actually, we tell folks that if we actually got to keep the money that we pulled in revenue here on the forest, that we would be making money for the forest. Yeah. This one actually one of the very few, less than a handful of forests across the country that could say that. Visitation, you all know, is up dramatically since 2003, and I'll drop right down to our employees, and we had over 178 permanent employees in 2003, whereas in 2015 we are down to 133 permanent employees. And temporary employees, which are our seasonal workforce that we get all of our work done on the ground over the summer, has dropped from 210 down to 75. Luckily, we've been able to make up a lot of that with partnerships and with an awesome volunteer workforce that we have here in the valley, with our partners from the Forest Conservancy, Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, ACES, Wilderness Workshop. We get great work done with volunteers, but fewer and fewer employees to actually get work done on the ground. The graph at the bottom just shows that annual budget in a graph form, and you see that we had kind of a spike in funding in 2009 through 2011 to help with the bark beetle funding and the bark beetle infestation, but we've lost that money since then. On the back, we talk about the cost of fire. In 2001, 17% of the Forest Service budget was going to fire suppression. In 2015, over 50% of the Forest Service budget is going to fire suppression. And in 2015, the White River had to give back between $200,000 and $300,000 to help pay for fires this year as part of the fire borrowing effort. We may get some of that money back. We may get all of it back. We never quite know each year when they take fire money from us. But that pulls directly from a lot of our recreation programs and other on-the-ground activities that we would have been able to accomplish. So that's some information on budget trends.
Rachel?
Question?
If I may, I just came back from the Western Interstate Region meeting in Boise, Idaho, and there was some further discussion. There seems to be a lot more interest in, I think it's the flame bill going forward, which would end the fire borrowing after a fire reached a certain level or something like that, so that they start to be declared more of a FEMA natural disaster as opposed to this. And earlier this year at the CCI June summer conference, one of your regional supervisors was there, and I asked the question about how it's hurting our budgets, and she said they're getting better and better at leasing or giving the contracts out, getting them signed and out the door, so the money's already committed well before the fire borrowing has to happen, so they can turn around and say, hey, sorry, we already contracted all of our money out.
We do our best to do that as
To
well.
get it out the door. But there are those efforts going forward through NACO and others to try to end this dilemma, and everyone realizes just how horrible it is, and perhaps this fire season has really woken some people up.
Yeah, this has been the first year that the Forest Service as an agency has actually come out and really talked about it in, I think being quite frank with the public about the fire borrowing reality. The other reality with this is that if we are able to get that part of fire suppression costs pulled out and not pulled out of a fire or out of the Forest Service budget, if it's handled through a completely different line item or silo, it's not going to solve all of our problems. It basically will mean that we'll probably get less money allocated to us at the beginning of the year. So it's not a panacea, but at least it would be nice to know that the money you're budgeted at the beginning of the year is something that you can count on through the end of the fiscal year, and you don't have to worry about getting it all obligated and allocated by July,
Yeah.
and you still have 3 months left in your fiscal year that you could be spending the money, so.
Yeah, they're really creating that use it or lose it
Exactly.
philosophy, which is not necessarily the best management. And the other item I would just like to mention in passing is that the revenue, as you mentioned, coming from the oil and gas leases, a lot of that goes to the federal treasury, but then half of that comes back to the states.
Good point.
You know,
Very good
and
point.
so, and then a portion, of course, is allocated to the counties and the
Yep.
county commissioners. So those people look at that as important for the other off-site impacts of oil and gas development.
Yep, good point. You asked about local impacts of the expiration of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. In the past, the White River National Forest has been able to purchase some in-holdings within wilderness areas to protect more land inside of those wilderness boundaries, and we've been able to use land and water conservation money to do that. We didn't have anything on the planning block right now, so there's nothing, immediate that we're going to lose from that expiration. It will affect us in the future, without a doubt, and I was astounded myself by the article I read in the Aspen Daily News about the Land and Water Conservation Fund expiring and the projects in the counties here locally that had been funded with that money. I mean, that's what blew me away more than anything. $380,000 for the Rio Grande Trail. So there's definitely some significant future losses if this isn't going to get reinstated. The good thing is this can easily be reinstated if we can get our citizens to, push with their representatives that this is an important fund that they want to see reinstated. It can definitely happen, so.
Just this week on Friday, Senator Gardner lined up a conference call with county commissioners through CCI, and I called in, and that was the question I asked him. And he has said his commitment is unwavering to the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and that the people are starting to talk about having it as a separate and standalone if nothing else seems to be moving going forward. But I think everyone's been astounded by how poor the budgeting process and how many great bills expired this last time because they were unable to reach agreement.
Yeah, thank you for that update. You had also asked for establishing protocol to address the recurring federal government shutdown scenario.
particularly as it affects areas where several different agencies play a role in accommodating access to heavily used tourist areas, such as Maroon Bells. The latest from our Washington office is that we anticipate there's a very real possibility there will be a government shutdown in December. And if that does happen, they've come out with a couple of specific pieces of direction to us. The first one is that the source of the funds for the personnel is not a consideration, meaning such as Maroon Bells employees are paid out of a separate fund that we collect fee dollars on. That doesn't matter. Those folks would also be laid off, as well as folks paid out of allocated dollars. And well, the good thing is that Maroon Bells isn't open in December. We like to let the bells rest over the winter and try to rehabilitate. But you know, it's something to keep in mind if we continue to go through this, say again next fall. I wasn't here during the last government shutdown, but I've been told that we had a very hearty discussion with the county about Maroon Bells and the road leading up to Maroon Bells, and that we ended up, I believe, reopening the gate. So that's, you know, that's something that we'll continue to work with you guys on, and definitely have those discussions with you. But our employees will not be up there during a government shutdown. I can tell you that, which means that toilets won't be cleaned, toilet paper won't be replaced, that kind of thing. Not by our employees anyway. So.
Karen?
Yeah.
If the shutdown happened during the ski season, what would happen, what would be the impact on our ski areas? I know you have snow rangers who probably are there a lot at the ski area, checking things out, but would that impact the operation of our ski areas?
That is a great question, Stephen. That's where I was going next, because you know, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen when our ski resorts are open, and all of those are permitted through special use permits. The other piece of direction that we got from Washington office said that recreation special use authorizations will generally not be suspended during the shutdown. There may be exceptions when Forest Service presence is required for monitoring specific activities on a day-to-day basis, but there would be no intention of shutting down those ski resorts through the permitting system. You know, they don't need us to run those ski resorts. Our snow rangers are up there on a regular basis, but not for health and safety of the visitors that are on that mountain. So, you know, those snow rangers could be laid off just as much as anybody else, and then the ski resorts could still operate. So I wouldn't see an issue there. Great question, though. Mm-hmm. We always think about that. So that was budget-related topics, I believe you folks wanted to know about. I wanted to touch on the proposal for the Hunter Creek prescribed burn next year. I've actually got a handout for all of you with a map of the boundary. This is the broad boundary for that proposed prescribed burn. And we don't have the specific units completely identified within that boundary yet. Those will be determined over the winter as our fire and fuel specialists build the burn plan for that. But we're very, very excited about this opportunity because it's not something that is just a Forest Service operation. This is a big collaborative effort between the county and ACES and Wilderness Workshop and several stakeholders that feel like this is an important opportunity for us to take to show that prescribed burn can really work in the valley and how it can benefit the landscape in the future. So we are having an field day, a site visit on tomorrow, actually, Wednesday. and hoping that we can get folks from the public and the press to come out to that field trip and again talk about the prescribed burn and just the different concerns folks that might have and how we can maybe alleviate some of those concerns. I wanted to see if you folks have any questions on that, or if Gary wants to, add anything.
I just went to the wildfire conference in Snowmass.
Yep.
And I attended the session on prescribed burns, which was from the gentleman from Boulder, and it was prescribed burns on their open space parcels. But he gave me lots of great information, and Gary and I have actually talked about it since then, as far as the burn boss and the plan and the coordination. I think is great here with ACES, the Aspen Volunteer Fire Department, with Pickens County Open Space, with City of Aspen, and the Forest. And I think that's really an amazing effort. And as you know, we're going to have to have a lot of public discussions prior to, because when people see a fire burning in Hunter Creek, we're going to be hearing about it.
Yeah.
So we'll still be hearing about it no matter how much public information we get out there, but at least we may not be hearing quite as loudly. But I think it's a great option. Looking at what they've done in Boulder to reduce their fuels was pretty exceptional. Our terrain is obviously different than theirs, but we do have a need up there with the bark beetle and just the growth. So I'm actually really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And so is the fire department, I know.
Yeah. Thanks, Patty. Gary, do you have anything you want to say?
Well, the biggest key to making this happen as you listen to the budget is really the local agencies coming together to help fund this. Because this wouldn't happen without Pickens County, the City of Aspen, and ACES coming together to fund it. And so it's a huge piece. It's a great partnership because the Forest Service obviously is the one who knows how to do these burns. And they just don't have the funding to make this happen. This wasn't their highest of priorities, but honestly, for Aspen Fire, it is a huge priority for Aspen Fire because they not only need they want the training done, but they also want to start reducing some fuel load near homes in the Hunter Creek and Smuggler area. And this is a great, win-win for fuel reduce burn, but also wildlife habitat. This area is not only just Gamble Oak and Serviceberry, it's also Aspen. And a lot of the areas the Aspen is not doing all that well. So creating a disturbance will be kind of beneficial. And we also have Colorado State University is monitoring the area up there. So they have a lot of pre-fire information and monitoring they've done over the last 2 years. And so, they'll come back in after the fire to monitor. So we'll see responses and stuff, but it's really exciting. The partnership is big, and I went to the Public Safety Council, and it's kind of great to have all the public safety agencies on board saying, hey, we need to do this. This is great. And so I just want to make sure you guys are also in the loop that we will be doing a little bit of mastication closer to the border of the private homes this fall, and that's with the Rifle Swift crew, the Correctional Swift crew. And so we will be doing some mastication. I don't know how much will get done, but it just helps the firefighters have areas where the fire lay down, wind shift and everything, so they have places to be and everything else. So, and Patty, as she went to the conference, it's a lot about firefighter safety and having areas of the forest that are treated and that have disturbance at different intervals. Because one of the things that, and Jim Janung from the Forest Service was in Washington, is you have all these even age stands and the fire burns, it burns hot, it burns really, really out of control in the summer, and the firefighters get in danger. A lot of them died. There's too many that died this summer in Washington. And the firefighter safety and having areas, if we do get a big fire, which will happen one day out in the Hunter Creek Valley, that you have areas where the firefighters go that know treatment has happened and they feel safe in those areas and fire lays down and stuff like that. So that's also one of the big things.
Well, one of the big things they talked about at the conference too was the ignitability of the structures in the wildland urban interface areas, and the fact that the fire could be a half a mile away, but if it's burning really hot and it's burning with a lot of fuel load, you're going to get embers. And those are what that a half a mile away will start fires in residential neighborhoods, and they'll burn the houses. They may not burn the vegetation around those houses, but they'll burn the houses. And some of the examples of that were shown at this conference were pretty devastating, pretty amazing. And then they show areas where there had been prescribed burns or mitigation efforts, and the differences in how the fires traveled there and what kind of fires burned in those areas. Because you're going to have fires in some of these places, and if you manage that fuel load, it's a whole different ballgame out there in the field. And it was a really great information that was shared at this conference, and it was great that it was right here in Snowmass. So.
And touching on firefighter and public safety again, that there is a very specific window of weather and fuels where we will move forward with a project like this. And so, you know, it may happen next spring. We'd love for it to happen next spring, but we got to wait till that window is absolutely right before we give it a green light to move forward. And so, you know, we're going to watch that closely. And Patty's right on. I'd much rather be igniting a fire under conditions that we are dictating, as opposed to responding to a wildfire under conditions that could be just out of control that we can't fight. So, yeah, we appreciate the support, and it's very exciting. I mean, I have to say, in terms of the public outreach, we realize how much more public outreach we need to do. The press release that came out recently is a really good indication of that. Generally, you'll see the Forest Service do a press release on a prescribed burn about a week ahead of time. This is about 6 months ahead of time. We're starting to reach out. So, yeah, we're serious about the public outreach. So.
Michael?
Yeah, I understand from a technical point of view, and stuff, but Open Space and Trails did some mastication in the Brush Creek Valley, and we had a very strong response to it, very strong, and it was a kind of a minor deal. So since this is viewed as Aspen's backyard, I think you need to really get out in front of it and explain not just the technical aspects of fire, but what it's going to do to people's recreation in their summer.
Right.
Let people know what to expect.
Right, both the short-term and the long-term effects.
Yeah.
And that's a good point, Michael. And that's what the great thing about having a partnership with ACES. Some of their major donors live up there, and so they have been working with those landowners to, you know, try to get them all on board. And so far, from what I've heard, is that some of the ones that you wouldn't think are on board are actually okay with this. And, you know, it's so true. We have to make it, and that's why we've been working with the Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association and others, because recreation is going to look different for a little bit. You get a great response after fire, just like we did at Brush Creek. You know, we got a great response from the vegetation, so now it's not such a big deal. But right afterwards, for the first month or two, it's going to be, and I totally agree, we need to make sure that not just saying why it's so good and everything else, but just tell people what it's going to look like and kind of let them know. I think it's quite important.
Yeah, people they like nature as it is because they see as it is now. They don't know the implications of future growth, fire load. They don't know any of that. And so they're very concerned that it's and there was a case in the mastication efforts at Open Space and Trails. They were very concerned that we were messing with Mother Nature.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel?
Yeah, I want to thank Michael for bringing that up. That outreach is huge, and you know, whether it's doing an interview with Grassroots TV that they replay, or getting to some Rotary breakfasts, or you know, some of those type of things. Aspen Business Lunch, if you haven't been a guest before, you can tell them all about the White River National Forest. But I think that will be really helpful. And then the other thing I kind of want to mention, assuming this goes forward, and I'm assuming that we've worked on whether we would be doing any reseeding or not, or whether there'd be follow-up care this season after. I'd be a little nervous about a lot of those thistle seed sprouting. And so it'd be one thing to burn if it was a kind of pure area, but I'd hate to have a lot of soil now ready to grow in and the thistles that we've had before. So I think the kind of the recovery the year afterwards is going to be critical that way.
Yeah, good point. And we do have that as part of the overall plan, is that, you know, that monitoring post-burn and being able to respond to any weed issues that pop up after that. We've actually done some weed treatments ahead of time, not as much as I'd like to have seen, but we've gotten some weed treatments already done up there. And then we've got, who is it from the university that's going to be doing some
Jason
monitoring?
Seibold.
Jason Seibold is going to be doing some monitoring. Has he gone up there and put the exclosures and the tracks in already?
Yes.
Yeah, he's identified those, so we'll be able to have some really, you know, good data to educate both ourselves and the public afterwards with
That sounds great.
progress afterwards.
Yeah, I know that this was an especially tough thistle season with all the moisture. So you say it's
It's
around the
horrible up
state.
there.
Yeah, it's a mess, I
Well, the
know.
aspen stands are gonna be the ones that it doesn't happen often where we're burning into aspen. And that's why CSU, Jason is very excited to see response of what happens in this area, because this is one of those areas where the elevational thing on aspens is taking effect, and during the drought, the aspens took a big beating. They're not coming back the way you would expect during the wetter years. So, you know, we're also taking climate change into consideration with a lot of this stuff in future monitoring.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
Well, what are the details of the tour tomorrow for public who might want to go along? And I would like to go along, but we have a meeting that we don't know when it ends, so we might be still meeting in our commissioners' meeting tomorrow and can't go, but other public people.
Yeah, we're meeting at 4 p.m. at the, and I'm not sure that specific location.
Yes, it's,
Base of,
we are
Hunter
meeting
Creek.
up at the upper parking lot where the senior parking lot, are meeting up there. We talked to McCluskey and everything else, and so we're parking up there just so we can get out and show people as much as possible of that berm. I'm also happy to do a BOCC site visit. If you guys want to do that, we're quite happy to go back up there and show you guys on a separate time where you guys can make it.
We want to be there for the fire.
yeah, that too. We want you there for the fire.
I was thinking for a good PR thing could be to take some photographs of the other prescribed burn areas on Basalt Mountain or wherever.
Yeah.
And show what it looks like 1 year, 2 year, 5 years later, just for the public knowledge to assuage their fears on that.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. We actually have some photographs already that we'll be able to share soon that are astounding. The change on Basalt Mountain from last year's prescribed burn and, this spring's prescribed burn, and then the regrowth of the aspen and other vegetation. Luckily, we had a very rainy summer. But it's incredible. The aspen areas that we burned up there are 5-6 feet tall aspens already, just that new growth coming up. It's beautiful. Couldn't ask for better post-burn. So. Excuse me. Any other questions or comments on the prescribed burn?
Well, are you going to follow up in terms of giving us update on the upper frying pan and the status of that? And
Yeah.
I missed the last caucus meeting, so I'm not sure what the concerns are of the folks up there, and if you're...
Why don't we just jump right into that?
Great.
Yeah. Here we go. So the upper frying pan project is a proposal. It has not yet gone through the NEPA process, and we are in very early stages of reaching out to stakeholders and local community to talk about a vegetation management plan for the upper frying pan. And so far, we did have one meeting with stakeholders in Carbondale, and then we had a very successful field trip with a lot of those same stakeholders, including members of the caucus, the frying pan caucus. Dale was there, and spent the day in the field driving around looking at specific project areas. within that project boundary and talking about the current conditions up there. My biggest aha with this whole project is for you folks on the first page of the handout right behind the map that I gave you, the current development stages of the forest types up there in the upper frying pan. We like to have a pretty evenly spaced age classification for our forests up there, and you can see for the spruce fir, the lodgepole, and the aspen forests in the upper frying pan, we have almost no young growth up there. It's all either mid-aged or mature growth up there, and it's just, there doesn't seem to be a lot of young stuff coming up, and that starts to set a stage for a high-risk forest in terms of beetle infestation or more of an extreme wildfire in the future, that kind of thing. So about 3-4 years ago, the forest as a whole came together and looked at all the different watersheds we have across the forest, and what are those watersheds that could use some more landscape scale vegetation management projects. And the frying pan and then another watershed over near Meeker kind of rose to the top in terms of a couple of areas that we could do some proactive work on. And this ties to your question to me about what is the beetle infestation status across the forest and how's it looking. You know, the beetle infestation on the east side of the forest has pretty much subsided, and it's down to what our silviculturists are calling an endemic level, which is not an epidemic level. It's just a kind of a natural occurrence that happens on a regular basis. But there's still, we just don't know. There's still a possibility with some of these parts of the forest that don't have really varied vegetation and varied age classifications that the beetle infestation could come into those areas. And so we're looking at the frying pan as trying to be proactive and going up there and doing some vegetation management, doing some thinning in some areas, and creating that catalyst for some of that new growth to come up. And so that's what the project's about. We have, like I said, haven't even begun the NEPA yet. We hope to have a proposed action by later this winter, early spring, and our specialists would be going out next summer to do their field reviews and then writing their specialist reports next winter and coming up with a draft decision on something like this for the spring of 2017. But again, very early stages. When we met with folks up the frying pan and did our field trip, we got some really good feedback from Dale in terms of the outfitter guide business that he runs up there and some concerns he has for taking his clients up in an area that's recently been logged or thinned. And we definitely talked to him about some buffer areas that we could agree on so that he'd be taking his clients up in these same areas and not being affected. They wouldn't even notice that the work had been done because we'd create those buffers for him. I think that some of the caucus members that came up there appreciated the time learning about some of the concerns we've got with the future of the forest up in that area. And yeah, we'll continue to keep talking with the caucus because they're our obviously our strongest constituents right now up in that area.
So you don't have to do NEPAs for prescribed burns, but you have to do.
Oh yeah, you do.
Oh, you do. So is there a
And we've
NEPA
already
process
done it.
it's already done for there?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I didn't know that we were that far ahead.
Yeah, that was part of the hunter-smuggler collaborative effort.
Wow. That
And
was done outside of my time back on the board. That's great.
Yeah.
But I'm going, wait a minute, why do they have to
No,
do
great question.
Yeah.
this is just me, but I think honestly, on some of these, if you could show that it would be phases a little bit, that there's a larger project area, but you're not planning on doing it all
Like
at
all the
once.
same year?
It kind of has that feeling
Okay.
to folks. and-
Really good point, because this is actually over a 20-year period.
Yeah, so I would really emphasize that and maybe even talk where you're going to start with some critical areas or whatever. There you go.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Does that help, George?
Yeah, I know that Dale was, they had a caucus meeting last night, I didn't attend, but they were just going to be, they were looking at the maps. And
Yep.
and with Rachel's comment, I think, I don't know whether they have that information in terms of how the phasing would be planned over the next 20 years.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about that a lot, so I think that's a really good point, that we need to, we kind of get our act together in terms of knowing what that phasing is, and then get that information out to the public. But they've got some huge maps that I gave the caucus to go through, and we're hoping that they'll go through and make some real specific recommendations on these project areas that have been proposed. And then, you know, based on those recommendations, we can make adjustments before we come up with a proposed action. So.
What is the forest mix on the area you're proposing treating?
Ooh.
What percentage of the different species?
I don't have that with me today, Steve, but I can get that and send it to you. A lot of lodgepole. There's a lot of lodgepole out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious, this summer I drove through that Slumgullion Pass area down between Lake City and Crete, where they had 250,000 acres of spruce trees get killed by the spruce beetle. It was more of a monoculture there, but you could really see what happens if
Yeah.
you really have one predominant species. If it gets affected, then it
Yeah.
really changes the landscape. But if they have a really good mix, then even if there were a really bad infestation of something, it turns out to be not so bad.
Yep, good point. And you want both a mix of species and a mix of age classes.
Mhm.
That's the ideal.
Mhm. Helen?
Karen, I'm sorry if I missed it, but did you say when you anticipate asking for scoping comments?
Scoping will be comments will be coming out this winter for scoping.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. You asked about the status of plans for a visitor center in the Upper Valley. I will give you the update from our very successful trial period of having our visitor information services at the Aspen Highlands lobby up there, which is right next door to Four Mountain Sports, where they sell the bus passes for Maroon Bells. I just got the numbers this morning. It was pretty amazing. From the 23rd of May through the 4th of October, which were the days we were open, 7 days a week, we did offer 7-day-a-week visitor information services up there. We fielded 3,568 phone calls and 5,595 face-to-face questions for folks. I believe that's about triple of what we were getting at the Aspen office in Aspen. I'm just amazed by those numbers. That's about, for phone calls, 30 calls a day up there, which is, yeah. That was with a phone system that we were having trouble with, too. For about half the summer, the phone wasn't working. So I'm just amazed by those numbers. I personally think it was a big success having our visitor information services up at Highlands. There were some challenges. There's challenges in terms of getting the word out to where the location is and getting people up to Highlands. There's parking challenges at the Highlands parking lot. We know that. And we're going to be meeting with SkiCo and with RAFTA later this month to kind of have an after-action review of the Maroon Bells operation as well as the visitor information services at Aspen Highlands, and see if we want to move forward with this again next year. Unfortunately, back to that budget problem we discussed earlier, right now, I do not have the funds to hire 2 seasonal employees to work full-time at the VIS in Aspen Highlands next summer. I'm hoping that will change sometime this fall. I'm really making an effort. These numbers are going to help a lot, I think, in terms of getting that funding. But as of right now, it's my situation's a little precarious in terms of being able to staff the folks up there to offer those visitor information services. In terms of the Aspen building, there's not much of an update there on that. We do hope to be moving forward with a project analysis for the Carbondale office to replace that office here in the next couple of years. That project analysis is supposed to start this next month, and using some of the funds that we've gained through sales of other administrative properties we can use to replace that building. And the long-term plan for the Aspen office is still to replace it with a smaller building that would have possibly a conference room and a couple of offices, and offer a work center for our Maroon Bells crew as well as some of our wilderness rangers, but not necessarily have visitor information services in that building, which is why we're trying to look at these other options for alternative visitor information services. Any questions on that?
I'm glad you gave the numbers, because the comments that I was receiving from people was that the visitor center in Highlands was just a disaster. That it was confusing, that it didn't function well, having to drive up there and drive back, and then no parking, and there were a lot of concerns and a lot of questions as to why is it not where it used to be, where it was more accessible to people driving through town and they didn't have to figure out where to go, and driving up and down Maroon Creek Road and all of those things. And it would, I think, especially with the fact that we generated a lot of money off that property on 8th Street between 7th and 8th, and I think it would be really nice if we did have a new facility there and if we restored the visitor center. I think we should still consider that, just because of the flow of people in the summer and the traffic impacts going up and down Maroon Creek Road.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what else? If that's 30 calls a day, are there any key categories of what people were calling about? Was it directions or campgrounds, or anything rose to the top of?
Well, it's across the board, but I mean, one of the reasons why we wanted to try moving visitor information services to Aspen Highlands is that we knew from the data we had from the Aspen office was that the vast majority of the calls that come in are about Maroon Bells, about the wilderness area or the Maroon Bells scenic area, and hiking in those areas. So my guess is the numbers are still about the same that way. The vast majority, yeah, are about hiking up in the Maroon Bells or accessing Maroon Bells, the bus system, that kind of stuff.
Have you compared maybe the questions that you're fielding there and what the visitor centers and the kiosks in Aspen, what those folks are? Because I know they get a lot of questions about the forest and about the bells, but it'd be interesting to see how well they serve the forest from those positions, both at the Wheeler and both at the corner of Galena and Cooper Street.
And we've talked with the chamber about partnering with them using Forest Conservancy volunteers to help staff those kiosks. We're still hoping to have that a second conversation with them about that, because I think, we also talked about having a roving ranger, a ranger with a backpack on, just walking around up there in the pedestrian area near the kiosks and just answering questions about the forest. I think we could reach a ton of people that way.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So a lot of ideas still that we're willing to pursue. We just want to try thinking outside the box a little bit. And the main reason why we don't have those 2 seasonals working at the Aspen office this year like we have in the past is because, honestly, we don't have the staff to support those 2 people at the Aspen office. So I was becoming more and more concerned about 2 folks sitting there alone in the office without any kind of support from their supervisors or the district rangers, and And, you know, it's not a coherent organization for me. I want to have my employees feel like they're all under the same, if not the same roof, on the same team, and it was really a big struggle the last year.
So they got more of that kind of support being based at Highlands?
They did, because they got support from the Maroon Bell staff, you bet. And then we, quite frankly, we're up at the Maroon Bells more than we're at the Aspen office.
Right.
Because that's where the use is, so, yeah.
George?
I was going to echo Patty's comments or question that I was just curious how many calls came in from the visitor center or the kiosk, because that'd be kind of interesting. And I know staffing was an issue this past year, but I think the idea, if there's a way to collaborate and work with the Aspen Chamber Resort Association to utilize some of their space, because that's the visitor center, that's the greeting center for Aspen. And certainly in the summertime when we have so much traffic coming over Independence Pass, they're being directed to the Rio Grande Visitor Center.
Yep.
And if you walk around town, the kiosk is so visible, as well as the Wheeler, that it just seems like it, based on space availability and staffing, it seems like it could be a natural partnership, certainly in the summer months.
Okay.
Because you're really looking at such a short period of time in the summer, but it's very intense, of course.
Yeah. Was that visitor center open this summer, or was it closed with the construction down here?
In the Rio Grande?
It was open.
Yeah.
Open.
Yeah,
I know they were
both were
concerned
open.
about what kind of
All three were
traffic they
open.
would get with the construction going on over the summer, but
People still found it. And
Yeah.
there was usually some young
It's
people
going to be
that
more
were...
construction next summer.
yeah.
And the summer after that, and the summer after that. But there were some young people staffing a little kiosk thing, a little bench outside the doors at the chamber, and they were there every day. And people were, people do this thoroughfare because they go to they're directed from one kiosk to the John Denver Park and the Rio Grande Trail and all that. So there's a lot of activity that came through here that could avoid the construction.
Right.
You know, Steve, I know we're starting to come close to time, even though we started a little late with lunch. I just wanted to make sure we really got onto the Ashcroft and the
The water.
Castle Creek collaborative status.
Thank you. And then I'm hoping...
Not us, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So Castle Creek Collaborative, the team of folks from the county, the planning team, as well as our forest staff, met most recently in August to talk about the feedback that we got from two very successful public meetings. One in April at Ashcroft Ski Resort, and the second one in July here in Aspen. I think we had around 50 people at least attend each of those public meetings, and got some great feedback from them. My biggest takeaway from this was the very strong public sentiment on overcrowding of parking spaces at trailheads and the high-use wilderness issues, specifically Conundrum Creek. And I was very impressed by how educated our public is. I continue to be impressed with that. And to me, it was just it just hit home again on how we need to really move forward with some type of management changes at both Conundrum and the Four Pass Loop, and that's part of a broader topic. I'm happy to talk with you guys the next time we meet, because we are planning to move forward with an analysis to limit overnight use at Conundrum Hot Springs and the Four Pass Loop, and set up a reservation system for that. So I'd be happy to talk more with you about that next time. We're going to have a lot more information as we move into the winter on that. In terms of the collaborative for the Castle Creek plan, we are hoping to take this data that we've gathered, both from the trailheads and the parking areas, as well as the information the public has given us, and I know the county wants to move forward with a master development plan. We'll be using that data to make management decisions for those trailheads and such in the future. We've also got some conflicts up there, conflicts between motorized and non-motorized uses that we're going to have to address sooner rather than later. And we're looking into some possible grant opportunities that would help us both hire maybe an intern or two to help us with project work up there or data collection. And yeah, what am I missing?
Well,
Anything?
ultimately, now that we've gathered some data and gotten some public feedback, we're anticipating coming up with a memorandum of understanding or something of that nature so that we can work out some management strategies collaboratively and to address issues that have been identified. And as Karen alluded to, on the county side, we will be updating the Castle Creek master plan in the next year, and we will incorporate the information that we've received, the direction that we'll be recommending in an as yet to be named chapter in the master plan. Also, I wanted to just note that for those who have not been able to participate in the meetings or to contact Cindy, me, or Karen, we do have an online opportunity to comment if anyone wants to weigh in on the Castle Creek Valley. They can do so at www.pitkincountyconnect.com. So it's not too late to comment, and we anticipate getting out into the public a little bit more before all is said and done to make sure that we're moving in the right direction in terms of what needs to be managed and how.
Right?
And the Ashcroft ski touring housing issue.
So,
And we got, I figure, I'm going to give a full hour, so we got about 5 more minutes.
okay.
Then we
Thanks,
should be
Steve.
moving on to our next item.
I don't have a great update for you guys on the Ashcroft water issues. Unfortunately, my recreation staff officer's been out of town the last 2 weeks dealing with some personal family issues, and she's gone this week, and she's the one that administers the permit, and so I haven't been able to find out a whole lot on this other than my understanding is that our surveyor was supposed to be going out sometime this summer and doing a survey. So what specific information do you guys need?
Maybe we should let Ellen update from, or who I...
Suzanne.
Suzanne, I'm sorry, who gave us the last update on this?
I guess, the information I'd gotten from Martha before we were in front of you with John Wilcox a few weeks ago, I guess that was there's an issue with the surveyor, and then also getting a hydrologist involved related to, I don't know if I have on my notes, but sort of federal water rights issues in terms of this use, which originally our understanding had been it was more just a survey of the 35-acre parcel, then they could proceed with the state process, permitting process. But it seemed like Martha was saying there is another layer of involvement there that was not something we had been aware of previously. So that was kind of, I think, where we left off. I guess that was maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Rachel?
We heard from John, and so this is secondhand,
Sure.
that when he saw the surveyor up there, he thought they were surveying for the 35-acre lot, which is the state amendment for a well, and they were surveying more for a road and a bridge replacement, and that it just, didn't go anywhere, and so of course it's another winter without that housing being built. The plans are just ready to go other than the well, and we can't allow them to build without a water source first.
And at this point, I think the deadline, his permits are alive until sometime in March with us.
Then they expire and he has to start over.
Right. So anyway, that's
Okay.
the deadline.
Okay.
And construction prices and things like that going up for him, and
Yeah.
interest. So he's trying to fulfill that obligation, but kind of continuing running into roadblocks.
Right, right.
So I guess maybe the question is there anything we can do to help facilitate it and get it moving? Is there anything the county may be able to contact somebody because of the timeliness of this issue? It's been extended one time. We really want to get it done now.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anything, but we're willing to help you out with that.
Does the county have a surveyor?
We don't have a hydrologist either, so.
It could just be a simple matter of you know, he just this isn't on his program of work for, it wasn't on there for 15, and I don't know if it's on there for 16, so we'll have to take a look at it and see if
I
you've
think when I'd
got
spoken
time.
with Martha, that was, the work program had not yet been finalized for this coming year.
Right.
And it
So
seems
we
like
need
it's
to get
something
it-
that's been on the list, but not on the priority
Yeah,
level or something
right.
for several years. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
George?
When we met, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, when we were looking at what the Forest Service would allow in terms of employee housing up there, so one or two housing areas were taken off, and then these others were acceptable to the Forest Service. So I don't know if it's sort of if it's a lack of communication between your subs in terms of trying to get this work done, but I think it's we've been struggling to get have John Wilcox actually meet his obligations in terms of addressing the affordable housing, and we've gotten to a point where we've actually been able to move ahead with that and have permits being ready to be pulled. And I thought we were working sort of along the same time frame with the Forest Service, but somehow we just sort of got out of sync.
Right.
And this is a critical issue in terms of timing and in terms of John Wilcox's current application, which is due to expire. We would really like to see this being able to move ahead.
Okay. Why don't I get some more information for you guys and bring it back at your next, when would you like me back next to give you a better update on this?
Tomorrow about noon.
Just me, but I think it would be more coordinating with Suzanne.
Okay.
The
Yeah, just
staff.
letting her know she can get it back
And
down.
She can coordinate with us.
Okay, yep, we will do that. And Suzanne, I can find out more information next week.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll check in.
A couple other things? If you guys have, well, how much time do I have? 4
Well,
minutes?
what are the items?
I wanted to just give you the current status of the Miller Creek Road and then the Western Adventure Snowmobile Tours up the Lanedo area.
Okay.
We can shorten up some of our,
Yeah, I think, you know, we have flexible time during the rest of the afternoon. and
Because I think they also
I
wanted
think
to
while
touch
we
on
have you
stuff.
here, we'd like to get through
Parking lot.
the
Okay.
your whole list, because it's
Okay.
important for us.
Well, clearly I need to meet with you folks more often. Maybe the list will be twice so long.
We'll give you more time next time.
Status, yeah, North Star, you bet, I've got that as well. Status of the Miller Creek Road is still in dispute, obviously, but we did meet with the county about, I'm thinking it was about a month ago now, and came up with some agreements, and I met with your county attorney again this morning on this subject. We've got some signs that are going to be ordered and installed at the bottom of the two roads that head up that loop, and those signs just basically say the status of this road is in dispute and that there is a locked gate up 2 miles from here on private property that you will not be able to get through without permission from the private landowner. In the meantime, we are trying to work with the Bears to get them to agree on a reciprocal agreement, which would mean that the Bears, along with the other private property owners in the area, would also be agreeing to give that easement to the Forest Service. And in turn, for the Bears, we would do our best to keep that road out of that spring area that they have been concerned about. I don't have a whole lot of faith in that process right now, to be honest with you, but that's what we're trying first. If that doesn't work, we will be moving forward with a what's called the adverse possession process, which is basically taking them to court, and unfortunately it would take the other folks in landowners in that area to court to take over possession of that road. Either of these two processes takes years and years to get through. And so in the meantime, we're planning to draft a combined letter from both Pitkin County and the Forest Service to the folks in the Frying Pan area, letting them know what the status is, what we're planning to do, and basically recommending that they try to stay out of that area in the meantime. I mean, it's a very volatile area. It's, there's responsibility on both sides, and we're asking people to put their guns down.
Literally.
On both sides, yes. So that's where we're at. Trying to think if I missed anything. Oh, there is one other update. I did get a phone call this morning from an attorney representing one of those landowners up Miller Creek, and they are in the process of trying to pull together the historical information to show that that's been a public road used for many, many years. And if they are in fact doing that, they've asked to meet with us. They could help us a lot in terms of pulling that information together to move the process forward. So we'll be hoping to meet with them in the next couple of weeks.
George?
So Karen, there will be some signs that have been ordered and they'll go up.
They have not been ordered yet. I'm sending the verbiage to John this afternoon.
Okay, so they'll be ordered and those signs will go up. And then people would tentatively have access up a few miles.
Yeah.
But there are, as of yesterday, when I talked to Dale Coombs, he said that there was a new lock gate down on the south entrance. So who would be responsible in terms of addressing that lock gate?
It depends on where the lock is. If it's on National Forest, we'll go up and remove it. If it's on someone's private property, then it becomes a county issue. So we would need to know where the locked gate is. And yeah, the other thing is I'm not having a whole lot of hope that those signs are going to stay up for very long. We're going to give it a shot, you guys, but I'm being told by the Bears that they're just going to rip down those signs as soon as I put them up. So
You're going to put them up on your property though, right?
Oh yeah, they're going to go up on
So
national.
will that then lead to destroying federal property?
It could, yes,
And
absolutely.
then become a criminal case when you get the sheriff involved?
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe that gate will become unlocked quicker than you think.
So, that's Miller Creek. Western Adventure Snowmobile Tours, I wanted to touch base with you on that. Their permit expired last May, and we just received a complete application package from Howard Wagner to apply for a new 10-year priority use permit. That priority use permit would move the snowmobile operation staging area from where it is right there at the creek, or just above the creek. It would move it 3 miles up the road on the big switchback that heads up into that area. And that was part of the legal settlement that we had with the Lanedo group when we settled with them a few years ago, before I got here. So we're going to be going out on a scoping for this new permit. We're going to be going through the NEPA process, and we expect to get a lot of public comments on this. They are asking to increase their service days from 1,100 to 2,500. And so we hope to get a response from the county as well as from those folks living in the area up in Lanedo. The big deal for this winter, though, is that he does not have a permit to operate. We will not be issuing a temporary permit for him to operate this winter. Our attorneys have made it very clear that we should not be issuing any permits without going through the NEPA process. So I don't know how that's going to affect snowmobile activity up in that area, to be honest with you folks. Most of the public snowmobiling up in there was due to the fact that Howard would go up and groom the road. And he will not be grooming the road up there this winter. So I don't know how that will affect the other use. But that's an update for you folks. So if you get any questions, that's where we're at with that.
And you'll notify our staff of when the scoping comments are started. And
yeah.
You say he's going to request for 2,500 days of use over a 10-year period? So
No, that's per year.
One season.
That's per year.
Okay.
Right now he gets 1,100 days.
And those are person days?
Person days.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
Right.
So, thank you.
And he uses every last one of those right now. So. Wildwood.
North Star Wildwood.
North Star
Yeah.
and Wildwood.
Parking
Well,
lot.
I think of it as Wildwood because the land part of it is Wildwood Lane, which accesses the North Star Preserve. We got together and met with Gary and his folks a little over a month ago again. And, I'll just tell you folks that we hope that the long-term status and the long-term strategy for this is that we would turn over management of that Wildwood Lane put-in to Pitkin County Open Space. It just seems much more appropriate for all of us that Pitkin County Open Space would be managing that into that critical preserve area as opposed to Forest Service. One of the things we're doing is looking at the law enforcement agreement that is in place right now between Pitkin County Sheriffs and the Forest Service and seeing if we can add on a provision for the Pitkin County Open Space officers to write tickets on National Forest. That would also include the hunter-smuggler area where we've partnered on so many projects as well. So hunter-smuggler and Wildwood put-in would allow those officers to write tickets. We're going to try to designate some very specific parking in that area, and then that basically the use is going to be limited on that parking, unless people bring up shuttles and that's a possibility. So those are the things we're looking at in terms of the put-in and how it affects the use of the preserve. Any questions on that?
So as part of that conversation, if we're able to turn this over to Pitkin County Open Space for ticketing, can we also impose a no alcohol use as well?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that would be possible at the put-in itself. We can certainly look into that. I mean, I think you can do whatever you want on the preserve. The question would be on the national forest right there if we could do that. But nothing's out of the question at all.
That would be really helpful to have some concurrency between the rules, because, someone puts in and it's legal and then they float 500 yards and it's not.
Yeah.
And where are they supposed to abandon the illegal goods?
Right.
The
Or they
beer
get
cans?
bombed. They get
Just
bombed
throw
on
'em.
land, then they get on their
Yeah.
tube and float down the river. Yeah.
Gary has a,
The alcohol thing is if you can ban it before they get in, that's the way to do it, because you can ban it on your property. Because once you're on the water, it's a different jurisdiction than Forest Service, because then all of a sudden you're in state waters, and and then you come out on Pitkin County Open Space, and if that's illegal, if it's empty, it's just a bottle. And so
I know.
we would rather figure out through this stewardship agreement or whatever we come up with, is to say, hey, let's work with the public and figure out what we can do on that so we're consistent on the rules.
Great. And hopefully we'll have that figured out by the next season, right?
We're, I think,
We're working on that?
Yeah, we have the law enforcement agreement, and once Martha gets back, we're gonna really start to delve into that to see, it might be a very simple update to our existing law enforcement agreement, and that'll be a huge step. Even if we don't manage completely, being able to enforce out there would really cut down on the parking issues. If you cut down on the parking issues, you really help reduce the amount of use that's out there. So, we're going to move forward with the stewardship agreement because we need the stewardship agreement for the Hunter Creek smuggler piece too, and that's why we're doing it all together. But, this law enforcement agreement might be easier to amend through the Forest Service and the Pitkin County Commissioners, and then, we can actually start stepping up enforcement on certain pieces.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Gary. And I just have one other statement I want to make, and this is just a sincere thank you to all of you. And I'm going to read this statement because Gary's already heard me get emotional about this once before, but so I'm going to read this to you guys. This is a sincere thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for your resolution supporting federal ownership of federal public lands. While we prefer to think of it as ownership by the citizens of the United States, having recently moved here from a county in southern Utah, where the heart of the public lands takeover is brewing, I can tell you that the morale of Forest Service and BLM land managers are passionate, or the morale of Forest Service and BLM employees is directly negatively impacted by the state's right effort to take over public lands. Public land managers are passionate, hardworking men and women who care deeply for the land and the people we serve. The support of the local Colorado counties, Pitkin, Summit, and Eagle that I know of, is a true morale booster for our employees. We do not take lightly the fact that 85% of Pitkin County is federal land, and we understand the importance of our relationship with local government and local businesses and the citizens of Pitkin County. We take this responsibility very seriously, and we thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to
Michael.
Rachel for really bringing it forward for us.
Well,
She's worked really hard on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Rachel.
Karen?
Yeah.
You know, something I would like for Pitkin County is when you go through your exercise for how to deal with Conundrum Creek or Crater Lake or Hanging Lake, and you know, Pitkin County is facing those same issues, which is how do you deal with overuse of your recreational resources? What do you do about it? It'd be nice for you to share with Pitkin County, so not the specifics, but sort of the philosophical underpinnings of how the Forest Service comes to those decisions. You know, what are those decisions? So open space and trails or whatever entities that we have jurisdiction over can sort of have the same access to that philosophy and perhaps work together on that philosophy of how do we preserve our resources, let people enjoy them, but have them available for future generations. And we're all dealing with that.
You are. I know. We're all in it. We're all in it together. We'll do that. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you so
up.
much for coming. Appreciate it.
And we hope to see you soon.
Me too. We're gonna have to do this more often, so
Yes.
the list isn't quite so long.
You know, the Forest Service is in charge of 85% of the land in the county, and you're here one day a year.
Yeah, I know.
And the whole rest of the year, we deal with the other 15%, so.
I will get here more often. And thanks for lunch.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Okay, next we have preparation for the joint meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Streams. We have Lisa and Laura here.
When is that joint meeting?
Should be back.
We'll be back, ready to go?
Yeah, you can start.
All right. I am Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and Laura Maker is joining us. She's the Assistant County Attorney with us today. We're just here to touch base with you, I guess, really quickly about some proposed topics we have for our joint meeting with the River Board next Tuesday, and to make sure that they're topics you're interested in, and we're using that time together effectively. So I have three topics that we want to present to you today. One is, or that are going to be on the agenda for next week. Mark Fuller is interested in presenting the Regional Water Efficiency Plan to both boards. That's one. The second item is the River Board has been working with our GIS department, creating a GIS data resource catalog of water-related products, I guess. I don't know how you would describe it. Resources. It's a GIS mapping program that they're doing with several different layers. Diversion points, snowpack, stream health indicators, water rights. And so it's a map, I think, of the whole Roaring Fork watershed. Clickable, pretty interactive, and still basic for just the general public to use as well. So they want to present that. It's probably about a half-hour little.
Would that include fishing easements?
It could. It includes a lot of the open space. You know, it could include anything.
Yeah.
So.
Because I think they already have some data on that. It would be
Yeah.
easy just to overlay that into that system.
Yeah. definitely.
So that's a half hour. How long is Mark's presentation?
Probably about a half hour, maybe a little bit longer with some, if there's Q&A on that.
How long is our meeting?
We have a two
2
hours
hours.
blocked out.
Yep.
I'm going, okay, we're done.
And then probably some direction and maybe discussions on the water park in Basalt. So those are the three big things. We're going to try to get, I know last in July when we last met, both boards talked about a cumulative list of water projects that you wanted to see, so I'm trying to put something together for that. And the River Board is also meeting on Thursday for their regular meeting to discuss some of their policies and how they want to move forward with that, which we talked about in July too. So, is there that?
Can I think Greg Pochman's letter with his resignation had a lot of really good points in it, and I think that's something we might want to discuss, or maybe you can bring it to the
Greg's. Okay.
Yeah, to see how we can address those. And I know we have not had anybody submit an application for or seen any interest for his position to fill his seat.
We do have one.
We do have one.
We do.
now.
Okay, good. I didn't think we.
George Johnson, and he interviewed when you appointed Ellie,
Oh.
so he's reapplying. So,
Okay.
that's next Tuesday too.
Is there a need for an exec session at all?
We aren't anticipating one at this point.
Okay. I would like to, I'm concerned about having some lengthy presentations. And so if we're going to have a presentation about the mapping and from Mark, I would like to make sure that we keep it in a reasonable amount of time. And I would rather then have more of a general discussions based on perhaps some of the comments that Greg Porchman had presented as he was leaving, just in terms of where the board sees their challenges, their opportunities, sort of a SWOT presentation discussion around that, because there seems like there's some issues that continue to come up year after year in terms of staffing, in terms of roles and things like that. So it may be just an opportunity to revisit that discussion and see where the board thinks they would like to have support in being able to pursue the mission of the Healthy Rivers and Streams.
Michael?
Also, I don't know if Mark's mentioned it, but there's a request from RUAPA for extra money for the aquatic pollution species, and so that would be a good time to make that request going forward.
Want to do that then? Okay.
Rachel?
The other thing, and I'm sorry if this was mentioned as I was getting back into the room, but I know that when we had our last joint work session, there were just some items on the agenda we didn't get to. And so to make sure we cover those, I don't have that list in front of me, but that's what I heard from some of the other Healthy River Stream Board members. It's like, well, we didn't even get to our own agenda. So let's not put so much on that we don't get back to covering anything that they had felt they wanted to discuss with us.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask the board this. I don't know if it's premature or not to be able to do up a budget pro forma of what it would look like if there is additional staffing as others have been requesting. Because it's always been the balancing act between building up some significant revenues, some of the future expenditures we have in front of us, let alone lawsuits with new state water plan and PSOP taking off or things. And so that's been always, I believe, our holding back on that of how would we staff and how would we structure and how much do we need to do as a full-time person versus part-time related to that workload. I know that there might be need, as some have expressed, for more full-time. We want someone full-time here, but I don't want someone full-time here if then we don't have the money to fight the lawsuits, the diversions, or to do the work. And is it really a full-time person? Is it a part-time person? How does that change other budgets that we're allocating a certain amount of attorney's office time to and things like that? So again, I don't know if that's premature, but I don't want to have just a philosophical discussion that's not somewhat grounded in reality of our budget situation. Yeah, and not to put a kibosh on it, but I just, I want to talk from a position of some reality.
And one more item. If we could get a report on the Twin Grizzly Reservoir headgate situation, the sludge discharge into the Roaring Fork River, and have a discussion about where that is right now.
Are you on the notification thing? We got another notice. That's been really cool. I just say they sent out an update yesterday. We get another one yesterday? Was it over the weekend?
Friday, I think. Friday around the weekend.
And we can add the board to those
Yeah.
quick and alert notices if you're signed
Because it
up
gives
for
you an
that.
update as to what's actually the day by day right now.
And I was just going to ask in terms of timing, right now, this is scheduled for the morning. In the past, we've always had it in the afternoon because Andre's a school teacher and I don't know if anyone else works. So I don't know whether that was taken into consideration in terms of when we would meet with them or not.
I think, well, the last time we met in July was a morning one also, and Andre was able to attend.
You didn't have
So
school?
I've ran the dates by them and the times, and this is what they
Okay, that's fine.
chose. Yeah.
Let's bring his class with him.
So is 2 hours going to be enough time for all this?
Gotta have to be.
We'll have to make wise use of the time because it's a lot of different things
Right,
to cover.
right. And if there's things you think we should cut, or?
Well, did we, again, I apologize, I was using the restroom.
Oh, okay.
Did anyone we mentioned the water park and
Yeah.
update or where that's proceeding?
Yeah.
And we're having two presentations too. Mark Fuller's doing one
Other
and
wants to do the regional.
Rachel, before you came in, there were three things mentioned. Mark Fuller presentation on the water efficiency plan, a GIS mapping program on water data resources, and the water park in Salt.
Okay, perfect, yeah, this would be a good meaty agenda. Maybe we should say that anything that needs to be put into a memo form, similar to that we do with our joint meetings with the city, after you and John look at this list and see if there's anything that really could just be an informational memo as opposed to needing a
Instead of
discussion.
okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll see you next week.
Thanks, see you Tuesday.
Okay, now prep for the EOTC meeting, which is this coming Thursday at 4 o'clock at City Hall.
Hi, I'm Brian Pettit. I'm your Public Works Director, and we're here to collaborate on the EOTC meeting that's coming up on Thursday. Tom Oaken, the treasurer, is here as well to discuss budgets because it is 2016 budget season. So I don't know if you want to work through the agenda or how you want to handle it, Steve, but we're open to answer any questions.
However you want to do, why don't you go through the order of the budget, and then is there anything you want to call out, then you can do it as we go along.
Yeah, and John Kruger's here at the City of Aspen, the transportation manager. So, we'll just talk about meeting dates, talk about the previous meeting as well, and then Tom's going to dive right into the budget. So I don't know if you want to just do a summary of what you have done so far.
Quick highlight is there's only one really new budget request, new item, and that's for the parking study that Brian can discuss with you. The other maybe significant item is our subsidy for the no-fare Aspen Snowmass Woody Creek bus service. And a year ago, Dan Blankenship from RAFTA requested a pretty significant increase, which was granted, but at that time as well, his forecast had even larger increases going out past this year. So there was concern about, well, how's Dan coming up with these numbers and what really should we adopt as a methodology for setting that. So Dan and I have been working together for most of the last year trying to figure something out and came up with what seems to be fair and actually pretty simple, which is that, originally this subsidy was calculated as the amount necessary to replace the lost fare revenue if you didn't charge a fare anymore on that route. And so we figured out what an estimate of those fares would be in 2010 and compared that to the actual cost of the service in 2010 and came up with about 36 to 37%. So that's how much fares were paying for the cost of running that service. And I think system-wide, Dan could probably tell you, but I think around 30% or 32% is what their fare recovery is on all their routes. Aspen Snowmass was always higher because of a lot of tourists using it and paying cash fare instead of using punch passes or season passes. So that's why the fare recovery ratio was a little bit higher on that route. So it seemed like since our strategy, was to replace the fares with the EOTC subsidy, that going forward we would just maintain that 36.7%, I think it is, ratio or coverage of the actual costs of the service. And of course, those aren't known until after the fact. And so we're proposing actually a 2-year delay on using those figures. So 2014's actual costs are known right now in 2015, and ideally we'd use that figure for the 2016 budget so that we have, a fixed amount that RAFTA can count on and that we can budget, and there's no variability in that. The only problem with that we ran into was that RAFTA had a fairly sizable cost increase budgeted this year because they increased service in the face of increasing demand. They actually added some more service to it. So I don't know that they'll come out as high as 15% increase in actual cost. But when we compared that to what they would have been reimbursed this year or next year, there was a pretty sizable shortfall, about $115,000. And Dan said, we can lag a couple years, but to be 115 short in a year is just too much. So if we instead just keep the subsidy at what it was this year, there isn't much of a forecast shortfall, actually. And then going forward from that, the shortfall in each year, due to lagging 2 years of cost increase that are projected at about 4% a year, is in the range of $50,000 a year. So we're reimbursing based on the cost 2 years ago, but costs have actually increased for 2 years by the time RAFTA gets that subsidy. So there is a shortfall to RAFTA, but that was agreeable to Dan. So that's what we came up with and how we recommend implementing it.
I'm asking from a sort of RAFTA point of view. Are you saying that Dan would accept a 4% shortfall each year?
Yeah, I mean, you are getting reimbursed, but there's a 2-year lag. So as opposed to the reimbursement in the year, you are RAFTA is eventually getting fully reimbursed.
Oh, okay.
But but it's 2 years late, and so his only concern is that, well, if that gap becomes too great, in the future, we could look at this again
So all
do
you
some
have
kind
to
of
do is
adjustment.
put a figure to the excess, if it, say, at a $75,000 or $100,000. We have to do
Right.
some quick calculations if it reaches that.
If we start falling really short of what the actual costs are. But that, that projection right now is based on RAFTA's budgeted costs. And for this year, actually, I would guess they'd come in under budget because of fuel, if nothing else. But next year, I don't know. So, it's going to vary from that, but 50,000 approximately was our estimate of what that 2-year lag was costing.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about the parking study?
Sure. So the last EOTC meeting, we appropriated $8,000 to complete a parking scope to put together a parking study. So we did that. We have it. The engineers are estimating this comprehensive parking study for the Upper Roaring Fork Valley from El Jebel to Aspen is about a $300,000 effort. This would include a full audit of all parking facilities. What is missing in the scope is Snowmass's parking areas. It was just we did that, it just didn't make the scope that's in the EOTC packet, so that will be included. We would, be determining management plans for those parking areas that exist and determining what future parking would be needed based on a time horizon 20 to 30 years. So the question to the EOTC is, do you want to fund this parking study at the $300,000 level? And if so, then we'll go through formal procurement to get an engineering firm to help us out.
George?
So I was thinking that we were really focusing on the intercept lot as this parking study, and I'll raise this. I'm not sure why the OTC would be funding a parking study all the way down to El Jebel, even Basalt even. It seems like that's within RAPTA's responsibility. And also, as it ties in with the a discussion with the interest to Aspen, there may be an opportunity to maybe take a step back and see if we want to expand the scope of the intercept lot from a parking scenario to more of a what it may look like if it's actually a transit station, which would incorporate parking. So those are at least the comments I'll make.
And I think that, the intercept lot was kind of a major driver because it's our big parking facility that we have. And so to determine how we want that lot managed and what amenities we'd like to place there would be part of this study through that public outreach effort. But this is transit money, and we're really looking at transit parking up and down the valley. And I think Steve was the one that talked about going down to Basalt, and then as we were looking at it, we're like, El Jebel is probably a better place to start. But we can also reduce the scope. We just went big, thinking we could always bring it back if we need to based on EOTC input.
So, Brian, it's an inventory number one, that's right. Is that right?
Correct.
So that means an assessment of how many parking spaces. And then what are the other parts of this 300,000? So I see that as being like a $50,000 effort, tops. So what is the $250,000 difference then?
So the management of the existing lots that we have, to determine future capacity needs, and to identify what kind of projects we would like to do from a parking standpoint. If if the entrance to Aspen isn't constructed as a scenario, and we want to eliminate more vehicle trips in and out of town, we're going to have to develop more parking. I recently met with John Kinney at the airport to talk about a multimodal transit center there and whether parking would be allowed there at the airport if the EOTC or RAFTA or some other funding source were to contribute to that parking area. And he said yes, but I think this comprehensive look is to really determine where the best places are for centralized parking in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley. Right now it's an intercept lot, but I don't know that that's the end-all, be-all to our parking problems that we have.
But it also then, it seems to me, it should be about the connections of those parking spaces to municipalities, to bus service, to other ways of, for instance, the Intercept lot is a big parking lot, but it's actually not connected to very much. You know, it's just out there.
Right.
So you know, it seems to me that needs to be part of the study, is how these parking lots connect to anything else. There's specific parking lots for RAFTA that are full virtually all the time, that connect specifically to RAFTA, but so I just think it needs to be, because when you say $300,000 first, and then we try to break it down to what it is, you need to say what it is up front, and then say it's $300,000.
Okay.
I mean, that's my view. You have to show the complexity of the study, and then say that to get to that level of complexity, it's going to cost this amount of money.
Got it. Thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, I have to tell you, this one made me swallow really hard. You know, I agreed when we said let's look at it and do some money to see the framework at $8,000, but to come back and see a $300,000 number, I really don't know if I'd like to go forward with it at all. And I really say that for a couple of reasons. My first instinct is very much that this is in RAFTA's domain. You know, when EOTC was Upper Valley, it was Brush Creek, Snowmass, Aspen as a triangle when that, you know, was developed and passed. And, you know, how to utilize Brush Creek better and into the entrance to Aspen, that makes sense to me. But to go to all these other parking lots and start to, I mean, one of this is to develop future parking plans. That's RAFTA. Parking lot layouts, that's RAFTA. That we shouldn't be having somebody else do that. We don't even own the lots, you know, and or control them in any way. So that one caught me off guard. The other is that, you know, even in the same packet, we have the updated, very good work that RAFTA did on the regional travel patterns study. And if anything, I would see some integration with the existing Charlier work here with the parking needs, as opposed to a whole new set of consultants who's going to start to look at some of this stuff. And the third is that, to me, there's just so many variables when you get to this larger system. We don't know if Eagle County is going to approve Ace Lane or turn it down, as we've all begged and requested that they do, you know. But that would blow all the numbers right off the chart, you know. And so we don't control future development in Garfield County or Eagle. I really could be wrong, but I thought part of our request on this was looking at these large events that we have when it's X Games and the parking, and we're at you know, Christmas and Easter combined type of parking need, versus what might be, you know, more of your average or winter average, summer average, or even peak days. It's still different from X Games days or Jazz Fest days. And so I thought we were looking at how do we manage in those capacities. So for me, I'm just seeing this as being somewhat of an outlier way out here. And if the city of Aspen moves forward with some sort of transportation for the entrance to Aspen plan, it could make everything in that parking study somewhat obsolete. You know, it just way too. If this was part of a larger planning effort, and I knew what the other pieces were that were going to move forward, I could do it. But I look at this and think, wow, $300,000, we could spend a lot of money expanding the existing Brush Creek Intercept lot to its actual potential that was designed for with those other areas, and have enough parking now for quite a while. And maybe some of those other moving pieces stop moving around so much. So I just think that this went way bigger than I had perceived it would be, or that we would need for this period of time. And you know, again, if this was part of a larger, and we have it on our agenda, I think, entrance to Aspen discussion. So if this was part of moving forward a larger transportation vision, I can see it. But this seems to be the, you know, the back end piece of a transportation vision. How much parking are we going to need if our transportation's doing this, as opposed to, you know, just based on future demands and growth. So I'm not in favor of funding this, frankly. But I'm not going to be at the meeting Thursday, I just wanted to make
That
sure.
was my thought. Let's take the $300,000 and we could pave the whole back lot in the Brush Creek probably. or
An awful lot of it with the grant.
A portion of it, or we could expand. The Aspen Village is, park and ride is totally inadequate. We could expand that. We could, there's different places the money could be put to expand, buy more land and, you know, build some more parking along the way, because if you look at where people are going to park, they're either going to park in Aspen, which is becoming more and more of a problem, or they're going to park leave their car at home and somehow get to the raft to stop, or they're going to carpool with somebody, or you know, do something, or they're going to park and ride somewhere along the 82 corridor. So
Yeah.
it doesn't take long. It doesn't take a 300. It takes one trip from Glenwood to Aspen, looking at every parking lot, and you can figure out real quickly which ones are already full. And you know, that's RAFTA knows that, and we all pretty much know that already. So I don't know. Maybe there's a more effective way to spend the $300,000.
Yeah, and Brian, you and I haven't had a chance to talk about this in a lot of detail, but I don't know if there's a way to phase it. And one of the problems with starting to go ahead and develop the assets for parking is we haven't necessarily fully identified the problem. So for example, I think we have a transit parking issue. I also think we have a construction staging issue, and we have some other types of needs that are getting accommodated in these spaces, but we haven't actually really planned the infrastructure for them, or the use, and you know, how do you accommodate the parking and these other uses. And so I don't know, Brian, if there's an opportunity to look at phasing this, because this brings us through to design. This brings us through inventory, problem definition, design, and those sorts of things. And I don't know if we could do it between now and Thursday, but maybe if we could break it out to bring us through that kind of inventory and problem definition, because I'm worried that if we just go and start building parking.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
that's just a comparison.
We may have missed the point or missed the mark in terms of where the pressures are in our community and what the appropriate infrastructure development would be with our partners. So we don't need to answer that now, but it might be a way for you guys to break it up into steps that are easier to swallow and have some check-in points. You know, let's do that inventory and problem definition, and then we can talk about what parts you want to carry forward to design or not, and you could probably kind of scope it incrementally that way.
Well, but I think you'd also reduce the scope. I mean, what I'm hearing here is that if you started at the intercept lot, you'd have much more buy-in from EOTC, because that's clearly their area. And then, but you could set the format to say, listen, we would like partners, like Basalt, like RAFTA, like whoever, like Eagle County, to do a lower section and to combine with this. I think that's important. But also, you know, we haven't discussed overnight parking, but that needs to happen. Because without overnight parking, you actually, and that's a terrible problem to have, because how do you deal with it? But if you can't park your car and leave it and travel at the airport, what do you do?
Steve, can I just have a question? Do we not collect transit funds tax from part of Basalt? Remember, that's always from the same. Basalt's always kind of saying, you know, you're getting money from us, we're not at the table. Therefore, I think we've used that to justify using some of our funds as far as Basalt. I agree that it's kind of costly. I think phasing it sounds like a better idea. I don't necessarily have a problem looking at the parking lots within that range, Basalt or Elgibel. I think we need to look at that whole picture so we know what the options are and what the uses are down there. Do they have constructions, you know, staging areas in that Basalt intercept lot? Do they have them in, you know, in Elgibel? We don't know. And we know we have a problem at Brush Creek intercept lot because we all see it.
Yeah.
You know, I just can't believe, I mean, RAPTA has this information. I mean, they know the number of spaces, they know the capacity. I mean, I'm not sure why we're reinventing the wheel on this.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me, I'm not going to support it. And this $300,000, we don't actually have $300,000 to spend, it's just if we want to, this is what
We
it
could
would
talk
cost
somebody
us.
into taking
It's
out
not
their
like we have
savings.
$300,000, well, rather than do this, we'll spend this $300,000 to do that. That's really not the
issue.
argument.
Yeah.
But my last point is, which I'll bring back, is just amongst us, we've spent 15, 20 minutes on this. And when I look at this agenda, I don't know how you're going to get through this agenda. The way, when you add on another 12, another 10 elected officials. I think it's just, if we want to try to make some decisions and have a good discussion, I think this agenda is way over ambitious.
They usually are.
Usually are.
Well, I mean, just look at this discussion here.
Yeah. I'll try not to be duplicative, but yeah, I just don't see the EOTC acting as a standalone on any of these types of things without RAFTA. That's why I talked about integration of the existing travel pattern study, you know, and then the information that they already have in hand. And, you know, we're supposed to try to solve the transportation congestion problems at some level to the resources available in that upper triangle with these dollars. You know, you're right, BASCCll contributes to that, and EOTC, which we had to beg from somebody's savings pot, is putting money towards their underpass. You know, so it's not like they're being shorted or anything in this. But I also would say, kind of similar to that, is Eagle County and Basalt and probably these other communities are going to look at their existing contribution to RAFTA and say, well, why would we put in something out of our general fund or unallocated? They don't have another tax fund for transportation that the EOTC requests unless it came from RAFTA as a RAFTA request, and say, well, why isn't it coming out of our existing RAFTA dollars? You know, it's just, you know, so I just see this, again, as being kind of a piecemeal and out there, and I'd rather focus on, you know, getting the philosophical alignment of, is there a long-term plan for the entrance to Aspen? How does that integrate with the airport? How does that integrate with overnight parking as might be needed? What are the improvement or expansion capacities at Brush Creek? How do we handle events? And maybe, you know, it gets to a point where events can only get so big because we can't park 40,000 people in the valley to run them to an event. You know, maybe there's a conclusion there as opposed to kind of chasing this balloon of, you know, bigger and more parking all the time. You know, some policies coming from RAFTA or this board about how much parking needs to be in a new subdivision, how much parking needs to be at a new transit stop. What type of areas would be RAFTA's priorities to buy more land for additional parking, or, you know, buy out leases to make sure that parking doesn't go away. But so I would literally boot this item to the next meeting, remove it, and try to present a plan. I mean, it might be worth hearing, but I think you'll hear similar concerns from both Snowmass and Aspen about the dollar amount and how does it integrate with all the larger planning efforts.
I would like to hear that discussion. And can I just ask a basic question? Who's going to be at the meeting tomorrow? Rachel, you won't be here?
Tomorrow.
I mean,
Thursday.
Are you here? Okay, I wasn't.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I sent it out to the group.
Yeah, I knew you were
Well,
going to be here.
yeah.
I just wasn't sure if anybody else was leaving.
So, have we reached a consensus? We're gonna pull this parking issue and redevelop it? I think
with a phase
I would
in
hate
terms
to
of-
have Brian asking for it without your guys' support.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of key.
Right.
So I would do that and then look at a phased approach with a stronger
Let's
problem
have another
definition and look
discussion
for a
for
partner
after.
with RAFTA.
Well, RAFTA, but I also think that Eagle and Basalt, they need to be partners too. I mean, if
And we're going to look at the whole thing.
you know, if we define sort of from intercept lot up and say some of that is a raft of parking lots and the rest are, what parking lot does Eagle County have along 82?
Elgin.
Willits,
They,
eligible and Willits, City Market and Willits.
but those aren't Eagle counties, those are private lots.
Not the
Oh,
one
in
in
terms of what they own?
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, see, those are, I mean, the reason there's not enough rafter parking is it was too expensive under the grant that they received. Willits is willing to let you use that parking lot, maybe,
Eligible.
if you turn in a receipt for Whole Foods. I mean, that's not a given that anybody can park there. So what is Eagle contributing in terms of public parking? That's all. I think those are questions we have to ask to see what's going on here.
Okay, let's bring it back.
I agree it's worth asking, but I also, at a certain point, I don't want to see us starting to develop parallel, opposite, or dual track. This is what RAFTA does, and this is how we ask Eagle and Basalt or others to contribute separately and do work separately. It's got to come under one roof. And if I was on the Eagle County Board of County Commissioners, I would just say, don't we have RAFTA board reps who do that? I mean, isn't that, you know, I would just take that request from Picken to Eagle and throw it right back to RAFTA, because that's our transportation entity, that's our planning region, that's everything. So I just, yeah, they should be involved, and they should be involved through RAFTA.
Do we have discussion on the other items on this agenda before we take the rest of the day on
One of
this?
the things the EOTC requested last time was a projects list beyond entrance to Aspen and the Snow Ash Transit Center. So staff brainstormed on page 19 of the packet about 8 projects that would likely need funding if there were priorities to be completed. So that's what that list is from. We brainstormed what the estimated budget was so we could get an idea of cost. And this is so we can put together a capital plan for the future for the EOTC, seek grant funding through the TPR regionally, and prioritize what our projects are, again, beyond the 2 that we have funded or partially funded in our budget. So that's a direct response to EOTC request.
If I could comment on that, you know, I at least would pull from any sort of short-term consideration the Brush Creek Park and Ride bathroom and facility upgrade. I had requested that be looked at to be able to have flush facilities there when it was getting built. And now that there wasn't the money in the grants to build it during that time period, you know, to me that starts to fall to the bottom of the list. We barely got that center built quite a while, you know, short time ago, and if the money wasn't there to do that then, I can't see that now. The second is I'd like to see all these intersection and underpass roads items be taken to our Intermountain TPR and get on the list. And any of those that aren't, you know, off system like the airport parking structure. And, you know, but last time when I saw that list come forward at the State House for the trans bill, and all it had was the Basalt pedestrian underpass, I thought, what's missing? We've got a lot of projects that could be improved on Highway 82. And so again, I kind of don't like seeing things fall off of the CDOT plate and onto the EOTC plate when possible. And I'd like to at least make sure the dual track, knowing we'd have a local match required, things like that. So that was my thought on these. And not to jump around too much, it can be answered later, but back under the parking lot management costs on the budget for next year, there is no line that really talks about what revenues are coming in from that parking lot management when they're leasing it to bus companies or storage for X Games. And I'd love to make sure we see some revenue line there that at some point offsets some of that amount, or maybe that is the net amount already. But, you know, what is the policy and what do they get from leasing to these other companies, and how much is that offsetting the maintenance?
So, but Rachel, the Brush Creek Park and Ride bathroom could be folded into parking studies in the future. I mean,
yeah.
You know, before you really know what you want to use the intercept lot for, maybe the bathrooms are premature, but
agreed.
Total plan, you might be able to put it in at a later date.
I would agree with that, and especially if that's expanded to handle that many more cars, it starts to really push that point higher.
So I agree with you, Michael.
And then the Brush Creek Road State Highway intersection, eliminate left turn conflicts. Does that mean the roundabout? What are you talking about?
No, it's actually expanding the intersection, because right now, if there's two people taking left-hand turns opposite of each other, one has to go and then the other can go. In a better functioning intersection, they both go at the same time. So it creates delay. And so if we are going to expand the Brush Creek intercept lot, we probably are going to have to fix that intersection anyway. And so I was just trying to get it on a list so that we could fix it in case we ever want to expand the parking lot in the future.
Let's put that on the CDOT list.
Right, absolutely.
Well, and also on the upgrade of, or the future of the intercept lot.
Sure. So that's that list, and we can talk about that at EOTC.
And then the automated traffic monitoring and electronic, so you mean signage that says, you've got about 2 hours here at Buttermilk to get into town?
Yeah, similar to what you would see on the way to Denver, that tells you the delay from wherever those signs start all the way into Denver. And so that people can know.
People that really get pissed off.
Right.
In advance.
This is an attempt to intercept them and have them park rather than, and then also we could talk about, what the delay is for the buses. Also, because with our current configuration, buses are making it into town faster than general traffic because of the bus lanes we created. So we can show the delay in a car and the delay in a bus, which are going to be, hopefully, show that people how to park and get in a bus.
I think we could put up one non-electronic sign that says the same thing. Bus lane will be faster. Delays entering town for about $1,000.
When I see the signage on I-70, I just try and beat that time. I got 45 minutes, I'm gonna get there in 40.
Well, the problem is, they have it in Salt Lake City. And so, but they give you a number of choices on I-15. You can take express lanes, you can do all kinds. Here, actually, there's no choice. You might as well just have signs that said, abandon hope, all ye who enter. Because you don't have an alternative. If those signs said, there's going to be a 20-minute delay on Highway 82, take McLean Flats Road, if that's a policy, then those signs start to make sense. But since there's no alternative, I think it's a little premature to have those signs. If those signs could, that I just think it's premature because there isn't an alternative right now. We don't have an alternative.
I use the signs going to Denver, and all it means to me is I better speed up if I want to make my meeting on time.
Yeah.
Riding into Aspen, all it would mean if you know you can pull into Brush Creek and park your car and get on a raft bus and get into town quicker, then that would be the message that it could
That's a
convey.
given.
But that message would be way down the road. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we should leave it on just to hear the discussion, because it'll be entertaining.
It's interesting. This was kind of a compilation of brainstorming. It's great feedback, so thank you.
I think leave it on the list.
You're
and
very creative.
It's worthwhile talking about it, and, maybe it ends up at the bottom of the list, or maybe it drops out the bottom, but.
Yeah, I think there's a single non-movable sign alternative that's not real-time telemetry, a lot less expensive. And part of the other reason I understand from the CDOT people putting those timers on I-70 was actually to let people feel a little more assured that, God, okay, will only be 35 or 50 more minutes, as opposed to, oh my God, it could be 3 hours, and they start driving crazy on the shoulders. It was actually to kind of calm people down, even though people do track themselves with it. There's something reassuring about saying, okay, it's one more hour, And it's just too short a distance to even be worth it in my mind.
Great, thank you for the input. And David Johnson with Raftel will do an update on the regional travel pattern study. And then we want to talk about the entrance to Aspen, based on your previous meeting.
So 15 minutes to talk
yeah,
about
but maybe
the
we can add some now that we pulled the parking study.
That's 1 minute for each elected official.
No, Rach won't be there. We can split up her minute.
You'll have
Is
three.
Is it just an introduction to, because I know we wanted to put it on and have George, I think, didn't you want to have more than a 15-minute discussion at some point, or?
Well, I think some of these earlier agenda items goes in that direction. So the parking study, so as we talked about this afternoon, that parking study should focus more on the intercept lot. And so if we want to see the intercept lot expand beyond just parking, if we want to see it as an opportunity to utilize as a transit center as part of the interest aspect, and that becomes perhaps part of a different type or expanded study. I haven't heard what the city of Aspen is doing with their transportation study that they're going to embark on in 2016, and how that may tie into a broader discussion, perhaps a partnership from the EOTC for funding for an interest to Aspen. So a lot of these sort of, I think, dovetail into the interest to Aspen discussion. We don't know what's happening with the airport because they're just going through discussions right now through the EA, right? So that's going to take several months to at least come up with some ideas and alternatives.
Right.
Right, so.
But Snowmass is also looking at the intercept lot essentially as the entrance to Snowmass.
Right.
So there's a large degree of agreement, at least on the strategic importance of the intercept lot for all the communities, at least in the Upper Valley. So that's something we need to cement amongst ourselves, is that Snowmass needs to tell us why the intercept lot is important to them. Aspen needs to tell us why it's important. And we need to, I think we can be, and we also need to resolve the ownership of that lot. That's a fundamental thing. If it belongs to CDOT, we actually probably don't have much latitude until it belongs to some other entity.
And then we go into updates. Ruby Park will be updated by John. We'll talk about Buttermilk parking lot that was completed. There is a return of funds to EOTC to the tune of about $52,000. So that's good news. And then Mike Scanlon with the town of Basalt will update us on the funding shortfall for the pedestrian crossing at Basalt.
I'm surprised he can even do that because they haven't even gone out to bid to revalue engineer that. So what's he going to say? We're going to go out to bid, and he'll have no idea what that shortfall will be.
I don't know what the update is. I haven't seen it.
I just think we're not going to get through all this stuff, so good luck whoever's running the meeting.
Brian, what is, now that the lot's been paved to Buttermilk, is the ski company going to use that for staging for the X Games?
That would be the intent, for that whatever month of preparation to the X Games. That's what the way they've historically used it would be used again.
So it'll still be used for staging. It's more than a month, and it's a month afterwards.
That's correct. Historical use for the X Games.
Right. But we had to pay for transportation purposes. So we need to resolve. I need to resolve why the lot is used for the X Games when everybody's talking about it as a transit lot, recreational transit lot. That's what it was. The leap from staging as a recreational use, I can't compute that.
Michael asked a good question. I mean, I'm not even sure if that's included in the special events permit through Mike Kramer that we see or talk about or not. But it would seem that if for the connectivity of that lot to the X Games and stage, they need those transit spots, then a certain amount of transit spots need to be reserved in the remaining parking that the ski company has. You know, so that's a swap out for some of their other spaces or something like that. But I really can't remember that detail, whether it's in their special events permit, it's just happened by default because no one, you know, because it wasn't paved and no one's paying much attention there. I kind of think that maybe a few of these could have a memo attached to the packet, you know, and if possible, delete them from the agenda in a formal, that they be a FYI, and depending on the timeliness, say, of the basalt underpass, or, does Ruby Park Transit Facility renovation need a presentation, or could there be a one-page or add it and hand out at that meeting? But maybe there's a way to trim this agenda by just informational memos.
Okay,
Excuse me.
that's the EOTC meeting.
Okay, we're looking forward
In a
to
nutshell,
great
we just did it.
anticipation. Okay, Connie, your long wait is over. Translator Crown Mountain supplemental budget request.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the new communications site manager for Pitkin County.
I'm Connie Garofalo from the Finance Department.
And we're asking your approval today to reallocate funds within the 2015 translator budget. And as some of you may know, there's some translator issues going on right now. So we'd like to prioritize or reprioritize those funds and take money away from what was going to be a Red Mountain site survey, which has really been a carryover for the last couple of years, and take that money and use it to upgrade much needed equipment at our translator sites. We want to start with the Crown Mountain site. This will be for new translators as well as new multiplexers. The current set of equipment there right now is well beyond useful life. We don't have any spares. We can't get spares. In fact, we are in the process right now of locating things on eBay, and it's not a very good way to do business. So going forward, we would like to, again, purchase new translators, new multiplexers for that Crown site, as well as put in a remote monitoring capability such that we can, in turn, monitor those devices from our current comms room in the jail center. And I think that'll help also go a long way in terms of just strategic plans, reducing manpower, reducing vehicle usage. Right now, Jeff Pierce, our supervisor, translator supervisor, is actually going up to sites every day. It's not a good use of his time. So, yeah.
Jeff, what's a multiplexer?
Multiplexer is basically a device for multiplexing multiple channels onto a single antenna. It basically combines frequencies.
So it's like a junction of, yeah.
George?
I would support this. I have seen just in the last several months a real decline in service, at least from TV. It's been about as bad as I've ever seen it.
Yeah,
we've got stations that are being basically hijacked by DirecTV that varies from station to station. It's not consistent. The last 2 days, Grassroots and CG11 have been out. So the service is terrible, and I don't know if it's
twofold. It's related to some issues with DirecTV, but it's also related to issues with just an aging translator system that has to be reset every single day. 15 years old. Most of the equipment up there is on the order of 10 to 15 years old. Yeah, it's well beyond useful life. Useful life within our budgets. Typically, most of the electronic equipment, we anticipate no more than 7 to 8 years of service out of it.
I'm surprised we never, I mean, you probably weren't around then, but when we reinvested into that Crown site, we spent substantial dollars in terms of upgrading that. And at that point, I guess we didn't look at replacing equipment.
My understanding, George, was that the upgrades were for utilities and actually facilities in anticipation of other entities being able to use that site. It was not actually an upgrade of the equipment that we use for translator, and that's been one of the things, having Jeff on board now for a short period of time. We're looking at more consistency across all of those sites and better ability to remotely manage, which I think this equipment provides some, is it telemetry or
It's a good word.
A word that I don't really understand, but I saw it
You
used
get the
in a
cardiac
memo
unit.
somewhere, yeah.
Because I thought there was the ability to reset remotely. I thought John Banks used to do that occasionally. He was able to reset remotely instead of
Yeah.
having to go up to the crown and reset.
Yeah, what he would do is, well, he basically implemented, I call it Band-Aids, but it was a remote ability to just basically flip the switch on a power. No more information other than that. Just flip a switch on a power, and we can do that at translator sites, but that doesn't solve the problem.
Rachel.
Yes, thank you. I am supportive of this activity, and the other question was already answered about the prior rebuild. But what I am wondering about is two things. One, what will Upper Red Mountain need in the future, and when do we program that back into our capital plan? And then secondly, are the systems we're getting, I realize the purposes are different, but will it mesh with our broadband efforts going forward? Are there opportunities there? Are we missing an opportunity by not having, you know, a tower that a provider could use if we were able to entice one in to cover more areas or anything like that?
Yeah, your first question in terms of Upper Red, well, first of all, with the jail move, or with the dispatch move from the jail to the North 40 firehouse, the microwave link is going to go away. So microwave link in the future, starting next year, will be from the North 40 to Aspen Mountain. So Red Mountain microwave's going to go away.
How does that affect the radio stations and other, by not having
yeah,
a site?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
So as well as with the migration to 800 megahertz DTR radios from VHF, the need for VHF radios at Red Mountain is also going to go away. DTR, there's 4 new facilities going in next year to include Loge, which is the top of Aspen Highlands, Aspen Water Department, Williams, and Snowmass Village. And between those sites, I believe that we can add translator to those sites and eventually transition off of Red Mountain.
Totally.
It's therefore my belief that we should not put money into doing site surveys and expensive buildings, towers, facilities, and everything else into a Red Mountain site that could potentially be going away in 2 years.
Okay. That's good information. And losing that won't affect local radio or anything because they'll be picking up on those other towers. Okay, thank you.
And I think you had a question on broadband.
Well, just to the extent, is there any merger with our efforts to expand broadband capacity in the community? And are these towers multi-purpose? As we keep hearing, half the people are downloading their broadband on their phone anymore. And
yeah, I mean, right now the sites are kind of at capacity. DTR is going to, right now the microwave links, which we're going to put in for DTR, is going to have increased our additional growth capacity, if you will, to add on other services. That could be broadband or cell phone or whatever it may be. But the plan right now is to do, I believe, 8 channels are dedicated to the state DTR system, but we're going to put in 48 channels to allow for growth. So broadband will be able to fit into that growth path.
thank you very much.
And this is a good example, a little bit off track, but previously all 3 of these functions that we just talked about were managed separately. And so there wasn't a lot of coordination happening, and so Jeff's been doing a lot of work to try and help us figure out how to engineer these systems together. And so we are going to see changes like this, and Jeff's already identified a lot in his short time here. So we're paying attention. Rachel, I appreciate these questions, but
yeah.
And that's why we created the position we did to manage the mountaintop sites versus managing radio over here and translator over here and broadband, which we didn't have before, somewhere else.
Yeah, it's an all Jeff team, by the way.
All Jeff team?
All Jeff.
All those people sitting behind you.
Is there, the equipment you'd be taking off of Crown Mountain, the old equipment, would that be usable as backup? for
Absolutely.
Some others?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So you don't have to go to eBay, you can go to the storage shed and grab some parts.
We can sell it on eBay, make some money.
Do the cowboy repair on keeping some other stuff going longer, hopefully.
Right.
Okay.
So we
All
can
right.
move it along.
So yeah, the goal is to do Crown first, get all the bugs worked out of the system, if you will, and then cookie cutter it to the other sites. And so yeah, but initially all those spares, or all the equipment that we take out of Crown can be used for spares at other sites, yeah.
Great.
What's the issue with DirecTV coming in on our signal somehow?
It's really related to their receivers. For whatever reason, they elect to just switch on their own. We've been working with DirecTV. DirecTV has not provided us an answer. We've actually switched out, I think, 3 receivers now. They continue to have the same problem.
Are they cutting into our wavelength or something somehow?
No, it's a problem with the receiver itself and the firmware. And one of the issues that we currently have with the DirecTV receivers is they're typically what they want you to do is provide some type of remote connection, whether it be a phone line or an Ethernet line, and they can then in turn manage it and would be able to then switch those channels remotely. We don't have that capability at the sites. So, like I said before, Jeff has been driving up there every morning to do a reset on those. It's just not a good way of doing business. And we're actually looking at alternatives. We're looking at potentially putting in a dish network as opposed to, we've just had really poor service with DirecTV. And I know that potentially, I think an email was sent to you, George, as to the possibility of taking legal action against them. So.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well tell Jeff to save his trip, because he's not accomplishing anything, frankly. It just moves one channel to another channel.
Right. So yeah, we're looking at alternative dish network and just scrapping the DirecTV. And we should have an answer on that here shortly too.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Let's see.
And everyone supported the...
Yeah, we're moving.
Yeah, I think so.
Great, thank you.
Future agenda calendar?
I'll try and make this quick because I know we're running behind. There's really just 2 items that I wanted to get feedback from y'all. And we've been talking to Basalt about a joint meeting. I think there's some energy on maybe getting a meeting sooner rather than later. The earliest we could do that with Basalt's schedule is October 27th. Otherwise, we're out to mid-November. That October 27th agenda right now is pretty full. That would be, finishing up there around 5 o'clock and headed down to Basalt. They typically have a meal or such out around 5:30 that we could join them for, and then start a joint meeting at 6 if the board is interested in that. I believe some of the river work and such may be getting delayed anyways. There may not be as much pressure to have this as quickly as possible. But wanted to do a check-in on your preference to have it October 27th or to push it out into November.
I'd go into November.
November doesn't look much better, so.
Yeah, November's going to be tight. And all of them are going to be tight, yeah. You guys are going to be busy until we adopt the budget, I'm afraid.
And they'll be just as busy. I mean, everyone's
Yeah.
going through budget, so.
I'd say take the opening and go with it while we can now. It may be
Yeah.
good that the pressure's off and people can have a chance to talk about the future process, but that's just me.
I'm okay.
That's what I'm thinking, just go for the 27th and make it work as best we can on the timing getting down there.
Okay. we will work on that. And then the only other thing I wanted to check in with you on is there any interest from the board in doing a tour of the library project while it's under
Oh,
construction?
yeah, it looks great from the outside.
I would like to. John Wilkinson asked if I had been in there to see the inside. He said you can really see how it's
Yeah, it
coming
could be a great
together.
idea.
He said it's to go in there if at all possible.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to see it, either now or later or in the future, but I is more concerned about making sure we have an executive session time with our leaving attorney, who is leaving the 31st, and so that would either be Tuesday the 20th or, Tuesday the 27th. And so before I work in a library visit, I want to work in time with Chris.
Definitely, yeah.
And so, we could start earlier on the 20th, again at a 9 a.m. morning, or if we had someplace to go afterwards.
So the week of October 26th won't work.
Well, he's leaving the 31st, so that's it. We have before the 31st.
Well, he's probably actually November 6th.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I
so
thought
we've
that was
got-
the 31st with this last day.
Maybe we can have a working lunch on October 20th.
Yeah, I could do that. Because then if we need a follow-up, we'll still have a little more time. I mean, the sooner the better. This is a major transition in my mind.
So we'll look at October 20th.
I don't know, working lunch, yeah.
And then we can work on the library visit.
Cool.
So you had another issue with Elk Park ribbon cutting. You wanted to know who's going?
Oh, I just wanted to kind of get an idea
I'm
of
gonna
who's
try and be
going.
there.
Okay.
I think, Steve, are you going to be there? The ribbon cutting in Elk and Redstone?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be here. Are you gonna go over to Ridgeway?
I'm going over for the Rural Action
NACO?
Caucus.
And there was part of that, I would love to be there, but it's just like the logistics doesn't work out.
Yeah.
So if you could give a good report on that.
I'll bring back the
And then
senior
that way I could
information
go
on
to the
it.
ribbon cutting.
I'm going to try and be there on Friday.
Yeah.
It's at 2 o'clock.
George, are you going to try and do the ribbon cutting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So open space may approach either, I think it's within your district, George, and Steve, your chair. You guys may get approached about saying a few words at the.
I'll just have lunch.
Is
Oh,
that
there's no
okay?
lunch. Dessert.
No lunch,
Champagne,
yeah.
something?
I'll have something.
We'll
I
figure
go to the
something
inn
out.
Cake?
for dinner. Cake?
Celebratory cake?
Cake.
Have to have something.
I know.
The other thing real quick, Open Space and Trails is having a function, T-Lazy 7 on November 6th.
Yeah, Dale sent out a save the date thing.
Save the
Yeah,
date
it's going to be
thing.
their
He's trying to get the,
25th celebration.
yeah, for Friends of Open Space or something.
That, I don't know if I actually got that.
Yeah, I'm going to try and go to that too.
He just said to save the date and more information to come.
Okay, I actually don't appear to have been on that email, so I'm a little flat-footed
You weren't
on
invited.
that one.
You're not invited. You were here 25 years
It's gonna be a
ago.
good party if I'm not there.
And actually, have you been up there at T-Lazy 7? That's
Yeah.
great. The other thing I need to ask, if I can, is are we having a work session on the 24th of November or are we not? It's in our packet, but there's nothing scheduled.
10 a.m. the 24th, yeah, I see it.
But it's a blank agenda,
I
I like
actually
this.
may be gone that day, Phyllis and I haven't talked about that.
I'm trying to make travel plans. My mother is not doing well and I need to go to California for Thanksgiving.
Well, we don't have anything scheduled on that agenda right now. Does the board-
Actually, we do now.
I thought
I
we
mean,
had
maybe,
it
it's just the titles.
Is this the title?
We have an
It's the
executive
titles, yeah.
session.
No,
So
there's no
we've left
specific
that
topic.
very light because we weren't sure what travel plans may be.
Okay.
So I guess, Patty, you're
I
asking.
will not be here. I'll just make my plans to not be here and I may have to miss the next one. Just depends on flights and travel and.
I'm around. It's just, I guess the question to you is, how would we be doing in terms of budget and getting through that process?
I'll tell you in about 2 hours after we present
When
it
we were,
to you.
yeah, that's sort of an hour and a half late.
But we don't have, let me see, can't
I'd like the
remember.
budgets that
Yeah,
we're moving forward.
we're going November 17th and then December 1st, so we don't have a budget meeting planned that week because
In the past, sometimes there have been travel plans that conflict, so. So we don't have anything planned. Do you guys want to go ahead and cancel that while we've got it open?
I think that sounds like a great idea.
Yes. I'm seeing 2 head nods, yes.
Yeah, I just want to get the work done. I'm available at this time, and I'll go with what the board decides.
Yeah, I mean,
I have it down.
instead of going from 9 to 5, like an 8-hour meeting, and we're going to miss a couple other Tuesdays, if there's work to be done, let's do it, versus trying to cram it in. At the end of the year, staff is always trying to cram a lot in at the end of the year and making some epic meetings.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere, and we have a meeting, and maybe we could have it be a shorter one, but.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it on the agenda.
I'm gonna make my travel
Make your plans,
plans,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else on future?
That's all I have.
Should we take a break and we'll
Yes,
get
Okay,
to
let's
the
do a
budget?
break, and you can get set up for the.
He's been set up
Budget
since
stuff.
1:45, I think. I need water.
Well, we'll try and.
Water.
This
Go
is
that way.
quicker.
Okay, on to our final item agenda for the whole year just about is our discussion about budget. And this is our first budget meeting, the first of many that we'll have. So, John, take it away.
All right, thanks, Steve. I think before we get into our presentation, I might hand it over to Connie just to give you a primer on the budget book so you know how those are constructed and will continue to be constructed throughout our process. So.
Yes, just wanted to make sure you were aware of what's in your binder so far, what will be in it as we go through the different meetings. There are a number of tabs. The first 4 tabs in your binder are for general materials. The first tab is the budget message, which has John Peacock's budget letter that he wrote, and there are also many attachments on the back of it which show all of the different charts, many of which are in the presentation, but it just gives you a full page picture of some of the charts. So there's some good information back there. The second tab in your binder has a revenue summary for general fund revenues, and that's just some good background information. Other tabs will be filled in as we're going through our different core focus budget meetings and getting into the different sections. The presentation for today's meeting is under the October 13th budget presentation tab, and so you have the full presentation behind that tab in your binders. And then as we go through each meeting, you'll see different sections being added in, both the presentations and the background materials for each presentation.
All right, thanks, Connie. Any questions on the binder before we get into our presentation?
What's a binder?
Michael, I'm glad you asked that question, and soon I hope everyone else will too. But, well, I want to start off by thanking all of you. Today we're kicking off review of our 2016 budget and 5-year plan. This is a big job. There's no part of the organization that doesn't get touched. Staff has had the advantage of starting to work on this back in June. So we've had a lot of time to compile a lot of information that we're going to be sharing with you over time. So what we're doing today, state law requires that a proposed budget be presented to the board and the public by October 15th, and that budget be adopted by December 15th. And so between today and really December 15th, we're going to be reviewing this budget with you. And so what we have on the screen right now is our budget schedule, so you know what to expect. Today we're going to do a general overview of the budget for all funds. We're not going to spend a lot of time on special revenue funds today. We're going to spend some time going into the general fund recommendations. We'll be touching on your special revenue funds during these meetings in October, November, and December. And during this time, we've set up a number of workshops on the budget. We've organized these workshops by the core focus areas of our strategic plan. So following this meeting on October 27th, you'll have your first core focus meeting on budget requests associated with the flourishing natural and built environment core focus area. On November 10th, you'll get into the livable and supportive community. On November 17th, you'll get into the prosperous economy. You'll also be hearing at that time from the district attorney's office and the recommendations for the Healthy Community Fund. December 1st, we'll go over the ambulance district and we'll have a recap of the budget with any changes that you've directed us to make over the previous workshops. Following that December 1st meeting, on December 8th, we'll have our first reading of the budget resolutions and mill levy certification with final adoption December 15th to stay in compliance with state statute. So we've got a number of workshops. We view this as the beginning of the budget process for the board, and we're not really done until we get to these December meetings. Between now and then, we're going to be reviewing our recommendations with you. and getting direction from the board about changes, if any, that you'd like to see. This year, we did our budget process a little bit differently than in years past, and this is really internally up to this point. Previous years, we've used what's called buy-up requests, and what buy-up requests were really what were the changes or increases that departments wanted to see to their budgets, and we'd spend our time reviewing those. Staff at the end of last year's budget process really expressed some concern that we were spending a lot of our time, 95% of our time, really looking at what amounted to about 5% of the budget, that we were just looking at what was changing. We weren't really stepping back to take a bigger picture look at where are we going, how are we aligning our budget, big picture. And so we responded to that and changed our budget process a little bit. We started off with a joint meeting of section leaders and managers to really start talking about, from an organization-wide perspective, what are the kind of priorities that we see or organizational needs that we see. We then worked with the Financial Advisory Board, which is a group appointed by this board, a group of citizens who provide advice on our economic assumptions coming into the budget. What's sales tax going to do? What are property taxes going to do? What are interest rates going to do? And you've seen those recommendations and given us guidance on those. We then got staff together in core focus areas, so by those areas that we're going to be presenting, so flourishing natural and built environment, and livable and supportive communities, and economic vitality, and talked more about what were common themes between departments or organizational needs and such. We then had, I'm sorry, I got out of order here. We had, this was the big change. We, instead of doing buy-up requests, departments this year did budget profiles, which is really talking about big picture. What factors do they see affecting them during this upcoming budget year and during the 5-year planning period? What is that going to mean for their resource demands? How are they going to measure success and outcomes? And then based on those budget profiles and needs identified, we met within those strategic planning core focus areas to identify common themes across departments and have more discussions about what are the real priorities, or what we call the big rocks, the rock in the jar metaphor for our budget. Following those meetings, and this was a new step, finance staff and myself met with individual departments to really take a deeper dive into budgets to identify, okay, where are there opportunities to maybe realign funds or realign financing to be more in line with priorities, or just taking a little bit deeper look at the requests. And that was the real narrowing down of the process. We then brought staff back together to talk about what we heard, what the budget priorities are, what the organizational priorities are, and we went through a process then to develop the recommended budget, which we're going to present to you today. So very, very different process. I think, as you're going to see, it allowed us to take a deeper dive in some areas and do some things that we may not have otherwise done, and allowed us to make some real changes. I'm going to start you at the bottom line, and then we'll get into details. Bottom line, the budget that we are proposing for 2016 represents overall, in terms of general fund operations, a 4.3% increase in revenues and a very modest 1.7% increase in expenditures. You will know, having gone through the budget materials, that we're actually suggesting a lot of changes in the operating budget, and so you're going to see proposals on staffing and pay and benefits. We are able to accommodate all of those changes with only a 1.7% increase to our operating budget. Okay, and those are ongoing expenditures. So as we're talking about those changes, keep in mind a lot of those are being offset in other areas by either reductions or realignment of finances. Capital is going to be a very, very big theme this year because that is where our big increase is. You're seeing 359% increase in revenues, and that does include revenues from proposed debt financing issue for facility, and a 338% increase in expenditures. Again, the big project, and we're going to keep coming back to it, is the facility work that we want to do in the downtown campus here. That makes up all of that increase as a practical matter. And it's a one-year bump. Bottom line, our fund balances. Our fund balances remain extremely healthy. In the general fund, we anticipate ending the year at 41% of fund balance to operating expenditures. We're going to keep coming back to this point. GFOA recommends keeping that at 2 months reserve, which comes out to 16.7%. So our operating reserves at the end are very, very strong. The budget that we're proposing to you, while it does a lot of things in terms of capital improvements, and it does a lot of things in terms of operational changes to enhance capacity, leaves us in very, very healthy financial condition and really has a pretty small overall operating increase.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Just on the, what was this year's fund balance to operating expenditures, a percentage?
46?
Don't have that.
We don't have the operating. I think overall, George, with capital included, it was in the 46% range.
Okay, so
What's a challenge in a year like this when you're increasing capital by threefold, that ratio gets a little difficult to compare year to year. But we can get the operating, we can do the operating from
I'm
last
just
year.
curious if it was really a huge difference or.
It will be higher, and we're going to show this fund balance chart towards the end of the presentation. You know, we've been saving up for some of these big capital projects, so you're going to see a healthier reserve amount in 2015 than 2016. But our operations are in balance. In fact, they're in surplus, as we're going to talk about, and we're in very healthy shape, bottom line. So. With that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Connie.
Can I just ask sort of a very large question? So if the budget is made up of property tax revenues, sales tax revenues, and we collect those from the citizens, right? And we have a compact with the citizens, which is, the compact is, we'll take your tax monies and put them through a process, the county process, and at the end, you'll have something in return. Right? So that's a very big picture of what a budget does.
Right.
And so you're looking at, you're talking to me about sort of internal county functions. But if I were to ask, to really say the budget works, you have to ask the citizen, what did I get out of this year's collection of property taxes and sales tax? At the end of the year, what happened to me? And I think that's, that's something we lose focus on in terms of these budget things, because we're talking about primarily internal things. So I'd like to be able to tell a citizen, we collected your property tax, we collected your sales tax, and at the end of that process, here's what you got.
Yeah, and so we'll talk a little bit about some of those things today, Michael. Yeah, I would know, I just fast forwarded, everything we do, we align to a strategic plan. That was really developed with the idea of what do citizens want from their government. In terms of some of the specific outcomes, we'll talk about those. We've made significant investments in the roads that people drive on. We make significant investments in the personnel that provide public safety services. So we'll talk about those things, but you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, these dollars that we're talking about produce results. Maybe those results are the infrastructure that we use on a day-to-day basis. Maybe it's the services we provide through our Human Services Department, through our Sheriff's Department, through our Clerk and Recorder's Office, through our Community Development Department. We touch people's lives from before they're born till after they're dead and everything in between every day in this community, one way or another. And this budget supports all those functions. And so it's a lot to talk about, and we will talk about that quite a bit over the course of not just today, but through the course of these core focus meetings, talking about what's happened in the previous year and what do we plan on doing going forward. You're right, today in particular is probably a lot of inside baseball in terms of the finances and stuff.
Yeah, the process is a lot of inside baseball. I would just like to say at the end of these budget meetings, I would like to say, I've been through the budget meetings. And I'm not going to tell you all about the budget meetings, but I'm going to tell you, aside from sort of the very general livable environment, a healthy, thriving, what you got.
Okay.
And that's what I would like at the end of a budget process.
Okay.
I think that as we get into the core focus meetings and we present in your packet materials all of the budget profiles that each department has written, that you'll be able to see a lot more of that, because each department has really written about their situations. What are the services? What are their challenges? What are they providing? What is their strategy over the next 5 years? What would they like to be providing? And so those profiles will really give you a good picture, department by department, area by area, of what's being given to the citizens.
And that's why we made that change in the budget process. So hopefully you'll get that by the end.
And that changes so the department relates directly to the services or effect that it has on the county.
Yes. Any other questions before we hand it over to Connie to go over the 5-year plan?
Well, I don't know if it's a question as much as a comment, but at least the last couple of presentations by NACO, they have told us that since they didn't shut the government down on September 30th and they passed a continuing resolution, they did a PILT technical fix, and we should get the balance of the PILT money that wasn't paid this year. Now, next year's still in question, but I guess that's another $200,000-300,000 that we were short. So.
We'll have a little bit of extra in the kitty. Yeah, that's not anticipated in these numbers right now.
So just wanted to give you a margin of error.
Yeah.
So what you see here is the budget and 5-year plan for general fund operations. The top section of this chart shows the different revenue streams of the general fund operations, starting with property tax, sales tax, and so on. The 2016 proposed budget has $25.9 million of revenues in general fund operations. And the out-year revenue projections, 2017 through 2020, are based on the projections, the recommendations that the Financial Advisory Board brought to you back at the beginning of September. And so we use those percentages that were agreed upon to forecast out the effect over the next 5 years. Below the revenues, there are different expenditure categories: labor, services and supplies, replacements, and so on. Total expenditures for 2016 are $26.5 million. And then the projections in the out years are based on the county's pay plan, health insurance projections, and inflation projections. The little section below the expenditures will show transfers between funds, both into the general fund and out of the general fund. And then you see the line annual surplus deficit down towards the bottom of the spreadsheet. And this is really the bottom line. So for 2016, at the moment we are showing a negative $89,000 a deficit which we hope to be able to bring into the positive as we're still going through and refining some line items in our process. But I would like you to note that our 5-year total surplus is $930,000, and that's an average annual surplus of $186,000. So over the 5-year period, we are balanced. We have surpluses that are growing in the out years. Down below the surplus, then you see some fund balance transfers, and then the amount of the unrestricted general fund balance. The unrestricted general fund balance we project to be a little over $5 million at the end of 2016, and then growing each year thereafter. The fact that that balance is growing shows that our budget is structurally sound.
One thing, this is just an interruption. Boyd, our grassroots representative, told us that you need to use the cursor when you're going through these figures, because
The pointers don't
the
work.
pointer doesn't show up on
doesn't show up on
TV.
TV.
So in order to keep the public sort of abreast of
What line you're
of
on.
what line you're on.
Connie, I'm gonna move
Good-
that right
good job,
down in
Michael.
front of you.
Connie, can I just kind of ask you, kind of off the, in looking at all the numbers, we're on the transfer to other funds for 2016 through 2020. It's $69,000. How did,
The $69,000
you
is
just fill in that number and run it across and then change it as the year goes?
$69,000 transferred to other funds is a payment to open space fund.
Okay, so it's something that's the same set.
It's
But
the
did they
same
just
set
put
amount,
that number
yes.
there to balance everything out, or?
No.
Okay.
That's a
I thought that was
payment.
very clever of you.
That's a payment to open space. Open space manages some properties that are actually not owned by the open space fund.
So we
but by the
automatically
general.
flip that over to them.
That's right.
And then it will grow, obviously, as we transfer during the year. No, not that 69, but from other sources, because obviously we got a 5 million, 6 million, 2015?
In
6 million?
2015, we transferred $5.5 million from general fund operations to the capital fund
Okay.
in preparation for our building project.
Okay.
So that's what the large dollar
I'm
amount
glad,
is.
okay, so, okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions on the 5-year plan? The next chart is John Peacock's favorite chart of the whole presentation.
It is.
It shows fund balances for all county funds. On the left-hand side, we list all of the different funds. First, the different parts of the general fund with general fund operations, capital, reserve, and so on. Then our special revenue funds, proprietary funds, and so forth. The first column shows what we project to be the beginning fund balance for 2016. Then there are the budgeted revenues for 2016 in our proposed budgets. That gets added on, budgeted expenditures, then transfers between funds in the next column. And then that helps us to arrive at the projected ending fund balance for 2016. The next column over shows the net change in fund balance. What's the result of the budget for each fund that is being proposed? And then the last column over on the right shows the fund balance as a percentage of the expenditures for that fund. In the general fund, you see that we have 20% of expenditures. That's including all of the large capital projects that we have for the plaza renovation and addition. If you just look at the operating side, the percentage would be different. It would be about 41%. For all funds of the county, the percentage is 52% fund balance to expenditure budget.
And if I could just jump in, there's really, when you look at the use of fund balance, you'll see bottom line for all funds, we're talking about a net use of 3.3 million. There's really two places where that's driving that. Whoops, I guess I should use this pointer. Yeah, no, there we go. One is general fund capital, where we're anticipating use of $5.9 million in fund balance. Again, that's primarily driven by our facilities project that we're going to talk about. And then if you go down to the Housing Impact Fund, we are carrying over significant appropriations and use of that fund balance in anticipation of both a project and purchase. If you were to take those two kind of capital or big projects out of the mix, we're growing fund balance overall. And so the use of fund balance is really project oriented.
I'm not sure this is the right place to ask or not, but we had agreed to loan the library money for the construction to be paid back out of future years. So is that already in our fund balance?
Yes, it is included. If you go back to the 5-year operating plan on the slide before that,
okay,
and look down at towards the very bottom, you'll see 500,000 transfer of fund balance from the library in 2016 and 2017 coming back into the general fund. So that already is included in what we are budgeting for transfers between funds and then in the fund balance that you see on the next chart.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next we have a pie chart that shows all of the budgeted expenditures for 2016 for all county funds, just a little over $104 million. This is an 8.9% increase over 2015. Again, the increase is driven, as John said, mainly by the large capital expenditures in our general fund capital and in the housing fund. Looking at the chart, the largest area for the first time is the general fund capital with our building project and general fund operations behind that, housing, airport, and so on. The next pie chart takes just general fund, which has a proposed budget of a little over $53 million. And this shows very clearly that half of that is proposed to be spent on capital fund. Then the next largest areas are law enforcement and general government.
On the 2016 all funds budget expenses, does the ambulance district $1,040,000 include their building of the new facility?
The ambulance district budget has not been updated yet.
Okay.
They are still working on their budget, and we did not have new numbers to be able to put into this presentation. It's one of those areas that is still in progress.
And so that's operating for them. Okay, thank you.
It does include a new ambulance, though.
Okay.
So what is the result of the proposed 2016 budget on the general fund? That we can see in our fund balances. This chart breaks up the general fund balances into different pots of money. Down at the very bottom of the chart, the light green number is our Tabor Reserve, which is required by law. And then the yellow section above that is different pots of restricted money, for example, for the Veterans Memorial, for parks, Tipsy Taxi, and Superfund, just to name a few. The dark green section above that is our county contingency that we set aside. We take the two green sections, the Tabor Reserve and the contingency, and those total together between them 16.7% of our general fund operating budget. So that maintains a very healthy reserve. Anything above that green section is just extra. The blue section is our unrestricted operating balance. You can see we start at $4.8 million projected at the end of 2015. It grows a little as the years go on and then stays steady throughout the course of the 10 years at about $6 million. This shows that we do have a balanced budget
a budget that's structurally sound because we are able to maintain that fund balance at the same level while also increasing our reserves as we go through the years. The red section at the top is our capital fund balance, and here is where you see large changes, which is what we would expect to see as we're building up balance and then spending it on different projects. At the end of 2015, we should have about $6.4 million in the balance. Part of this was transferred from general fund operations, and this is in anticipation of our building project. Then, as we spend the money in 2016, this drops down to a much smaller balance. We have a number of large projects coming up through the years, not just in Plaza, but some renovations to the courthouse and other areas, which keep our balances in the capital fund low throughout most of this plan. But then in the out years, they are increasing.
When would you, or what would precipitate the use of the Tabor reserves?
So the Tabor reserves, the interesting thing about those is they have to be replaced within the following fiscal year. So it would have to be a disaster to really precipitate the use of those Tabor reserves. Our goal would be to have us in a fiscal position where, frankly, we never have to touch them because they're not really a reserve in the classic sense. You know, the green areas that Connie is referring to that equal that 16.7%, which is basically 2 months of the operating expenditures, is the GFOA's measure of, you know, a good, healthy reserve. There are reasons to hold more, which is what we're doing. If you're in a highly elastic either economy or revenues, so you have revenues that can change quickly with changing economic conditions, or even in our case changing weather or those sorts of things, you may, there's arguments to keep additional reserves on hand so that you can ride out those ebbs and flows in the economy or what are otherwise elastic revenues without having to make precipitous operating changes. You know, back to Michael's point about one of the elements of providing good service to our communities, being able to consistently provide services, particularly when there's a downturn and such. And so we really look at those blue area reserves as our cushion, you know, should it not snow, or should we have, you know, another recession or event that may require us to ride out and use some of those operating reserves without feeling like we're putting ourselves in a position where we're not going to be fiscally sound in the future. So the Tabor reserves, George, frankly, almost nothing. We have maintained a good enough cushion of operating and capital reserves that we probably don't even need to go into that. You know, it'd be difficult to see the circumstances where we'd even go down to those, what we consider GFOA healthy reserves. I don't know if that's too long an explanation.
No,
or, yeah.
If you have cost overruns on capital projects, where do you go?
So when we come into the board and we say we're drawing down on fund balance, typically that's either coming out of the red or the blue section. So if we have, for example, if we were to make a decision on the facility where maybe we wanted to put in an extra sum of money, whether it be for energy efficiency or such, we may come back and say, while we don't have enough left in our capital, we'd like to transfer a little bit of this operating reserve to capital or such. So that would generally be playing in either the blue or red portions of this chart.
And having that healthy fund balance in the blue section has allowed the board in the past to make decisions when, for example, the price of asphalt had gone down and our roads department found a good deal together with what the state was paving, and we were able to move forward on some large paving projects using up some fund balance because we did have those very healthy reserves available. Okay, John Redmond, Finance Director. I'm going to talk today about revenues, specifically some of the major revenues that we have. And those are property tax, sales tax, community development fees, treasurer's fees, and then everybody's favorite investment income, which is less than 1%. Overall, as you recall, in 2009 was our low year, the last time that we had a real crunch. And so we've had a number of years of rising revenues. So we're very concerned about the future and being conservative as we project out for the next 5 years. So in this particular year, and the 5 years going out, we're not getting too aggressive in terms of the revenue projections. And the FAB has helped us to be somewhat conservative in those projections. This particular slide is about property tax. As we look at the risk levels within each revenue, this is one which, at least in the next few years, has a lower volatility. As you recall, we do valuations every 2 years on the even number years, such that last year's valuation actually gets, the collection for that rise in valuation gets collected starting next year. And then next year there's going to be a new valuation, which will be, again, which we anticipate, knowing the market today, for at least if it hangs up here for the next 6 months, we will see on the far right of the purple line there, we will see it'll go up again, which means that for all intent and purpose, there's not a lot of risk to property tax until potentially 2020, which is the last year in this 5-year projection. We're also, within property tax, we're limited to growth plus inflation, which runs about 5.5% maximum. So it's a pretty stable source of revenue, and it runs a little bit under 30% of our total general fund dollars. Any questions about prop tax?
I guess I got confused by when you said run into problems on 2020, and that's as far as the 5-year projection goes out, but our charts only go out to 2016. What type of problems were you talking about?
Well, I'm saying that if we're anticipating in 2016 that the values will be up, the next valuation is in 2018, which doesn't get collected until 2020. So if in 2018 the market were to fall, we wouldn't feel that pinch in revenue until 2020, just because of the timing. There's a 2-year lag.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure
Yeah.
what you were, but the correlation with the core services on the
Right.
bottom.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to the sales tax. Sales tax has a lot more volatility. Prior to 2009, the greatest, at least in the last 50 years, slide that we had seen in sales tax was about 9%. That was 1977 when there was no snow. And we were surprised in 2009, went down 17%. So that's kind of the new benchmark, so to speak, of potential drops. As you may recall, a couple of years ago, John has split the sales tax between general fund and capital. I think this year it's 52% capital. It's dedicated to capital. So, Michael, when you talk about where's the money coming from or where's it going, with regards to sales tax, 52% goes to capital improvements, which include the building. They include a new snowplow, but they don't include the driver, and roads. You know, if there's rockfall mitigation, it may go towards that. If there's new pavement, it may go towards that. And then the 48% of sales tax will go towards general fund, which could include the snowplow driver. But sales tax has a lot more volatility. I think just to put us in context as to the future, in 2008, in October of 2008, when we were looking at the 2009 budget, the stock market had already fallen 35% and I think as of today, we're down about 6%. So we have a little bit of a look forward, or we can look forward a little bit of confidence, more than we did in 2008. And at this point, we're projecting a 5.1 to 5.2% increase over last year, and the FAB has recommended for next year to go up 4.5%, and then 3.5% in the outgoing years. So it's a reasonably conservative looking forward, especially based on the growth of the last 5 years.
And John, you've given us the number before. I think it's around $75,000 for every increase in.
Each point is worth about $80,000. It's
going up.
Yeah, it's going up.
And so if our projections were off and it was flat, similar to last year, it would mean readjusting the budget by about $240,000.
Yeah, a little higher.
Yeah, 400,000.
Mm-hmm. Any questions about sales tax?
Maybe just to respond to Rachel, that this increase of 3.5% includes not just the volume of transactions, but also inflation.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's a pretty conservative number when you combine this.
And how hotel rates are going up around the state.
Right.
I understand that.
Okay. Our next item is community development fees. It comes in two parts, planning and zoning fees and building fees. The planning and zoning fees are a little bit more fixed, and by that I mean it includes fixed hourly rates and or a fixed amount for fees, as opposed to plan check and building permit fees, which are a percentage of the valuation of the particular project. If you can look here on this chart, in the last 6 or 7 years, it has a channel which is about a $100,000 fluctuation. So we don't see a lot of risk here in this particular fee going forward, and I think that we may see some increases in some of these fees as to the actual fixed fee and or the hourly rate, which may help in the projected rise in the future. Building inspection fees are based on valuations of projects. As the recession hit, the projects went away, and in the last 3 years, things have picked up. And we've also tried to collect a little bit more of the actual fees by being a little bit more aggressive, is trying to get the fees closer to what the actual valuation of the project is. Right now, we're looking at a potentially missing our projection for this year by as much as maybe $200,000. That's at this point kind of a guess, but we're taking a little bit more conservative approach for next year. We're taking last year's actual and projecting it towards 2016. And then from here out, we're using, I think, 6.6%, which is, we're trying to triple what we believe the actual rate of inflation is, because we're seeing that building inflation is kind of gone through the roof.
So how's that new process work in terms of collecting ahead of time? Have we seen revenues increase by 5% or 10%? Or?
I don't have a percentage, but what we do is we take in an affidavit at the very beginning of a project stating what the values are, knowing that that will be checked again in the process when we see all the change orders, when we see all the different activity that happens with a permit. And they're getting closer and closer to truer values, but we still, as of 2 or 3 days ago, projects take off in different ways. Owners may think that they want, a certain finish and end up with a much more expensive finish that puts them in a different category, and we end up collecting a sizable lump sum based on that valuation. And that just happened 2 days ago, I think, with $50,000 difference.
So, but your collection's probably a bit easier, at least,
People
more
are much
upfront.
more, people are much more aware that we are scrutinizing the valuations.
Yeah, there's more scrutiny on the front end, and then they're aware that on the back end that they're going to be taking a look. A particular project that just came through, I think started as $1.8 million. It's currently at 18 million. Now,
Went over budget a little.
in the old days, a lot of that part of that may have been covered by a CO, but a lot of it wouldn't have been. And so I think it's kind of on the clawback that you're seeing.
So, my perception is we've made a huge improvement on determining the values. I think we probably still have some work to do in terms of making sure we've got the right expertise at the table at the right time, doing the right estimating. It's a lot to ask of our building department staff, and so I think we're still in discussions, George, about how can we refine and kind of perfect that, because the valuation method, as long as you're getting the values right, is fair. If you're just increasing fees and not getting the values right, it becomes inherently unfair. So I think we've made huge improvements. I think we could still make improvements, and so that may be something we come back and talk to you guys about in the future. We don't have a specific recommendation in this budget, but we think that there's probably opportunities. Do we need an estimator? Do we need some kind of audit resource on certain projects? We're trying to figure out how to refine that still.
Treasurer's fees the bulk of these are percentages of property tax that we collect and distribute. There are also some other miscellaneous fees, which include foreclosure fees, which have dropped substantially in the last couple of years. But if the schools, I think we take a 1/4 point on the schools' revenue that's collected. We get 2% on the cities, being Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Basalt, and it's 5% on all the other districts. Overall, it's a reasonably predictable revenue source, and it's currently over $2.5 million a year. Investment income continues right there in the sub $200,000 range. It's our belief that at some point the Fed will raise interest rates, and that our average revenue will increase, but quite frankly, it's less than 1% of our total revenues. And I think in the out years, as we've projected for years, it will eventually pick up, but for right now, it's all about the next 12 months, and we're somewhat conservative on that. Any questions about investment income?
And I just note there's two factors that influence that. As we're spending down on these large capital projects, we have less to invest, and then you also have the variable of what rate are you getting. So, Michael, this might answer a little bit of the questions, but as we transition from the revenue side to the expenditure side, just want to make sure we have a little sense of where we've been. Over the last 4 years, we have emphasized a lot on infrastructure investments. We really did a lot of realignment in our budget. When we started the 2012 budget, we had $400,000 a year budgeted for capital improvements on roads. As you can see, during that period, we actually were able to budget and implement projects equal to $16.2 million in county road projects between 2012 and 2015. And these included a combination of infrastructure improvements, so the Highway 82 underpass at the airport, the sidewalk and drainage improvements, as well as road improvements in the AABC. Those were capital improvement projects that we're able to do during that time period. We also were able to take advantage of some opportunities to partner with CDOT on asphalt purchases, and we're able to pave 17 miles of county roads. And we're also able to get chip seals and some of the subsidence issues addressed on the Frying Pan Road and Snowmass and Capitol Creek Road. So we have really, over the past 4 years, really focused on that key piece of infrastructure that all our constituents use in one way or another. In addition, we've made improvements to facilities. We've made investments in our IT infrastructure. We've been sure to keep our fleet vehicle and heavy vehicle replacement schedule up to speed so that when we do have the snowstorms, we've got the right equipment in good condition to go out and plow the roads, to do our maintenance on those things. And then we've invested in, and radio is going to be one of the areas where we're going to have future discussions. We have been investing in our radio infrastructure, not nearly enough to keep up with the needs, and that's going to be one of those to be determined budget items that come out of this budget process.
Let me ask, when you say drainage improvements, it sounds like, well, we got better drainage. But it was actually more than that. It was about capturing potentially harmful runoff and putting it in a detention pond, which costs a significant amount of money. And the end result of that was to improve the water quality in the Roaring Fork. And so it's a much more complex thing than you're laying out.
It was a big project. You're right, Michael, in that those drainage improvements dealt with both quantity problems, that we had some undersized drainage that had originally been put in that was actually causing flooding issues for residents in that community. And then we had the quality concerns, which was what were we doing to reduce the sedimentation and introduction of other surface pollutants into the Roaring Fork River. And so we did that was a very significant project to both add curb and gutter, upsize all of the underground utilities so that we could eliminate those flooding issues, and then run them all through a series of filter and a large settling pond infrastructure before any of that water was introduced into the Roaring Fork River so that it maintained the quality. So yes, we probably undersold. That was a big project.
No, but it goes back to my thing about returning to the community some value for their expenditures of taxes.
Absolutely.
And so that's, if you're more clear about it, they can see the value of that. And you don't mention any open space and trails improvements here, which are significant to the community, right? Open space and trails mill levy is a significant portion of the tax bill. And I'm sure you get into it later, but in terms of returning to the community, there's a vast amount of things.
Absolutely, and we're just right now really going in on the general fund. We haven't talked about open space and trails. We haven't talked about the Healthy Community Fund. We haven't talked about the airport. There's just a number of areas where the county's making significant investments in either the social or physical infrastructure of this community. And we are going to get into all of those, probably not all today, but your point's well taken, and we'll try and focus, and I'll try and be a little more explicit on those.
Yeah, it sounds very dry to say sidewalk, road, and drainage improvements, but actually you improved the neighborhood, so it's a better neighborhood to live in. And that's what the citizens of Pitt County want, which they want their neighborhood better. Yeah. So.
Well, I think anyone who has biked or driven on Castle Creek Road over the past few years, has seen the significant amount of improvement we're able to make there. Anyone who travels the Frying Pan Road, you know, we had significant subsidence issues. We thought that we weren't going to be able to repair those for upwards of a decade. We were able to get up there and fix those. We've really focused on those key pieces of road infrastructure and water infrastructure do really make a difference for safety and quality of life at the end of the day. And I'll count on you to keep catching me on those, Michael, as we as we go through.
It's mostly just to explain the budget process to the citizens.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking. I mean, these numbers are fine, it's great, but the citizens really want to know, well, what am I getting out of it? What have I put in, what am I getting out?
Yeah, and so when we talk about the budget, we really talk about it as the authoritative allocation of values, right? It's really, this is where you decide what's going to get done in the upcoming years and what we're going to be able to do for our community. And so when we have those discussions, we do talk about it in terms of what do citizens want instead of just talking about it by department. And so we think citizens want a flourishing natural and built environment. We think they want a livable and supportive community. We think they want a prosperous economy, that all these things contribute to a high quality of life. And so we use the strategic plan and those core focus areas to try and narrow down and prioritize our investments, because we always have more need than we have resources, or more a desire to offer more to our citizens than we have resources to do. And so we have to prioritize and balance between our various programs and departments that contribute in all of these areas. And so when we develop the expenditure recommendations, which is what we're going to go into next, we really focus on how are we achieving these things in our budget and the services that we provide for our citizens.
So now we start to look at some of the organizational focuses that have driven some of the budget decisions for 2016. The main focus for the 2016 budget is investments for infrastructure renewal and modernization. And this came out of discussions that we've actually been having for a couple of years. The Sheriff's Department, which has not had adequate facility resources to serve the citizens the way they want to. Other departments that are lacking in space to be able to do their jobs well and serve citizens as they'd like. This list is just a very brief highlighting of what's in our 2016 proposed budget. We will go into a lot more detail in the October 27th budget meeting as we look at more specifically at our capital plan. What we're proposing for 2016 is an investment of $24 million in our facilities. Of course, the largest piece of that is $22.3 million for the Courthouse Plaza addition and remodel. We have also included $800,000 for moving dispatch, and then another $852,000 for other facilities projects, which include a boiler replacement at Health and Human Services and some repairs in the jail and in the courthouse. For our next budget meeting on October 27th, you will be receiving in your binders detailed schedules of the different areas of our capital plan and all of the different projects that we're planning. For roads in 2016, we have $710,000 proposed budget. This does include the Airport Frontage Road, Conundrum Creek, and Hunter Creek. It's a relatively slow year for roads. As you know, we've just recently hired a new engineer, and 2016 is going to be their planning year. They will normally do large project years, and then they kind of take a break with some smaller projects as they're starting to plan out the upcoming bigger projects that will come in the years following.
What's the Conundrum Creek project?
I believe that's just a chip seal
Yeah.
for both Hunter Creek and Conundrum Creek.
Roads.
Chip seal on.
But we'll,
We're going to keep it a secret until the next budget meeting, Michael, because I'm actually not sure of the exact scope of that project right now. Yeah.
and we'll go into more detail on all of these on October 22nd.
We paved Conundrum Creek.
Yeah.
No. No. And not for 185,000.
Yeah, and I want to know that the frontage road work isn't going to need to be torn back up with the airport layout plan, things like that. Good.
So vehicles and heavy equipment are, normal replacements are $1.2 million. Information technology, $935,000, and then $104,000 for dispatch and public safety. A total of almost $27 million in our capital fund.
Would all the vehicle, heavy equipment, would that include stuff from the landfill and the airport?
No,
or just the road and bridge and not those special?
This is just a general.
This is only
fund.
general fund, right? So that it does include all of our road and bridge, so all of our snow plowing and equipment. It includes sheriff's vehicles for other general fund departments.
But you'll have the replacement schedules for all the special funds also as we get into more detail.
The next slide shows the summary of our capital plan, the 10-year capital plan. Again, the backup for each section of this plan you'll receive in detail for the next meeting. But this just sums it all up in a way that will fit, although it's small, but it will fit on one page. Here again, we show the revenues at the very top of the chart and then the different expenditure categories down through the main section of it. The main revenue stream for our capital fund is 52% of our general fund sales tax, 4.9 million budgeted for revenues. And then you see the different sections: information technology, dispatch and radios, vehicles, roads, facilities. $26.9 million for the total expenditures in 2016, our biggest year ever, and for quite a while to come. In the very bottom section of this chart, you see some other funding sources. $16 million is what we are planning on issuing in certificates of participation. That would have a debt service payment of about $1 million a year over 30 years, and you see that also in the bottom section of this chart. In 2015, you see the $5.5 million that we transferred from fund balance and operations and moved into capital, again, in anticipation of funding our building projects. The ending capital fund balances are down at the very last line of this chart. They are small balances as we are spending most of what we have available to accomplish a very aggressive capital plan.
Can you explain briefly certificates of participation and how that differs from bonding, and in terms of percentage that we would perhaps increase our debt, and who purchases those certificates of participation? Is it public, private?
So there's no tax increase with certificates of participation. It's a lease purchase program, but they're issued in a way that's very similar to bonds. Our percentages are slightly higher, though, than what a general obligation bond would be, and in order, general obligation bonds would be the lowest. A revenue bond or a sales tax bond would be the next up, and then certificates of participation are slightly higher than that.
And so, George, the certificates of participation, the major difference with them is that they are only require an annual appropriation. You're not making the 20 or 30-year commitment, and that's why an investor, which would be a typical bond buyer, anyone that may be in the market to buy tax-exempt municipal bonds, would be in the certificate of participation market. It has a little bit higher risk factor because it's only based on annual appropriations. You don't have more than a year commitment, just like a lease purchase. You can walk away from it. The advantage of it is you can issue it at any time. And so Right now, when you're in an environment where construction inflation is approaching or exceeding double digits, having the flexibility to issue debt outside of a November election or an annual election can actually make it cheaper than if you were to do a general obligation or a revenue bond, which would take a November vote. And so if we were to want to finance this through a revenue bond or a general obligation bond, which is still a possibility, we'll just want to pay attention to timing. We don't necessarily want to wait 4 or 5 months because of what's happening with construction inflation, and then what John Redmond was talking about earlier. We're anticipating interest rates to go up at some point. We don't know when, but right now they're extremely low, and so the advantage of the certificates of participation is you can time it, to when the rates are a little bit lower, and you can capture your project at a lower inflationary rate. Now, if we get into our project design and such, and it takes longer than we expect, and we may not need that debt financing until later in the year, where we could go to an election without necessarily running the risk of increased interest rates or increased construction costs, we may come back to you and recommend maybe we should look at a revenue bond, because that will save us, over the course of 30 years, it's probably going to be saving maybe $400,000 or $500,000. So amortized over those 30 years, it's not a lot, but it's something. Or even a general obligation kind of bond. We always have that option if the timing works out, and we can bring that back to you. What we've done is we've budgeted at the COP level so that we know we've got a financing source that we can move forward with, and it provides the board the most flexibility to avoid construction inflation or threats of increased interest rates. Does that?
Yeah, but so if you're assuming that at some point the Fed's are going to raise interest rates, and perhaps because we're getting into out of the recession, and so construction inflation may be continuing to go up, how would you time your certificates of participation, even though you haven't got a project that's not going to start till spring?
Well, we could issue those earlier. We need to be farther along in our design process, because one of the things that an underwriter is going to look for, one of the ways they're going to evaluate risk, is looking at the total value of the project and lifespan of the project versus the bond issuance or the certificate issuance. They're also going to want to know with some specificity exactly what's going to be used in that portion of the facility that's being financed with certificates of participation, because what they want to do is evaluate how likely is it that the county could walk away from the services or from the facility that's housing those services. And so when you have core functions like law enforcement or such that really aren't discretionary services being housed, you're better risk than not. So we're not far enough along in our design and budgeting to present that, but I think as soon as we are, we're going to be taking a look at what's happening out in the market and making a recommendation to you on timing for financing. Is that a fair?
Mm-hmm. And Tom Oken has done a comparison of different types of bond issuance compared to certificates of participation. And we have a slide that we'll be showing you at the next meeting that compares those amounts.
Yeah.
And maybe this could be answered at the next meeting as well then. Are we able to get a fixed rate with a certificate of participation, or do we have to accept an adjustable?
We'll probably go into giving you an example.
So
there's a number of short and long-term notes, if you can consider
kind of a
how
package.
it works. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not a variable rate. Once you have that combination,
Yes, you
you
know
know what it is, and it's going to be set.
Okay, and then are you generally able to negotiate a payoff without penalty type of clause, if we could pay it off early or?
Yeah, so that's another thing that I think is going to be really interesting in this environment, but usually they'll come with a call provision. The longer you put out that call provision, or if you don't have one, you tend to get better interest rates and such. So given that we're what we think is a near historic low, it's going to be very interesting, I think, to see what our financial advisors say about a call provision. But absolutely, with COPs, you're able to negotiate call provisions just like with a regular bond issuance.
Thank you.
Connie, this is just a sort of mechanical thing for me, looking at these spreadsheets. You know, on a page, everything's pretty small. The advantage of a computer is that you can zoom up and see things clearly from this distance. Okay, now, but you can't see the whole page. So in terms of describing where you're going, it's like a scroll right, scroll left, go down. So because when you skip, I can't follow, right? Unless you describe what you're doing. So, and it's just, you know, it's just, because looking at the whole page, it's tough. Looking at a column at a time, or part of a column at a time, scrolling left or right, is very easy. I just have to know where you're headed.
Okay. So the second organizational focus that we're looking at in the 2016 budget is maintaining and building operating capacity. And one component of this is employee retention, development, and recruitment. Again, we'll be going into more detail in upcoming budget meetings, so this is just a summary of some of the proposals included in the 2016 budget. 2016 is a transition year to a merit-based pay system and to a new performance cycle. In the past, we've had pay raises in July, but we are doing a transition to where performance will be evaluated at the end of the year with the pay increase then at the beginning of that next year. So we're changing the cycle. For 2016, in order to facilitate the transition to the new cycle, we will are planning a 2% pay adjustment in February, and then in July, a merit-based bonus, which could range anywhere from 0 to 2.5% of a person's salary. So we are transitioning this year to a system that will be merit-based, but we're splitting it into two different parts so that there is, in a sense, a type of cost of living adjustment within the year, and then moving towards half of a merit-based system. And then into 2017 through 2020, we have the merit system planned where pay increases will come at the beginning of February, evaluating the prior year's performance, and range from 0 to 5.5% increases. The amount budgeted in each year to accommodate this system in the out years is 4%. This is historically what we have budgeted for pay increases up until the recession hit. So we're returning to what we would consider full funding for increases, but with a merit pay system in place.
So, Connie, so does the merit pay system, that will include cost of living? Or how does that play in? Or is that separate?
I think that will still need to be worked out for 2017 and beyond. 2016, we feel like we've split it equitably between the 2% that would just be across the board in February and then the merit piece. And it will still be determined for 2017.
All right. My sense is, George, where we're budgeted at the 4% is more than enough to cover this merit pay, because you're going to average out somewhere in the middle. And as you'll see when we get into it, we have a kind of tiered system where you're moving people through the first part of the range quicker than the second part of the range, and we'll explain that. So I think there's going to be some left over for market adjustments and range adjustments when those are necessary, and we're going to try and get on an every other year schedule to do those kind of market assessments, so we'll be able to have that discussion. We've done a lot of work, I think, right now to kind of make a lot of those corrections that we've been talking to you about for the last couple of years. We have some more. For example, we know we're behind market in our sheriff's department for deputies, and we have accommodated making significant improvements there within this budget. So I think the short answer is we'll be able to make some market adjustments and implement the merit-based system. We're trying to create a more consistent system across the whole organization for evaluations, and section leaders and the strategy team and admin team have been working on putting that together now.
So, I'm sorry, John, so the evaluations that you come up with will be countywide methods of evaluations and criteria?
That's correct, and that was one of the criticisms we heard from employees when we started talking about bringing this back, was that we are so open-ended in our evaluation criteria before. There wasn't a lot of confidence in how consistent we are evaluating across the county. And so we're working not only on a tool, but also what processes, whether it be peer review process or through human resources, we're still working that through, that you can never guarantee it 100%, but you can create an environment for better consistency across the organization. It's going to basically be 2 evaluation forms, non-managerial and managerial, that are consistent across the whole organization.
I would like to recognize our HR department, who's done a lot of work trying to come up with this new compensation plan and the new system and the timing for all of that. A lot of work has gone into this. Mm-hmm. The increase in our pay plan compared to prior 5-year plans was in part possible by the adjustments that we've made to our health insurance benefits. And I'll let John talk a little more about that.
Can I ask one last question on this other item first? We were dealing in the past with compression issues in the budget, where new employees were making as much or almost as much as new employees because of the freeze we had for years. Have we pretty much straightened those out first, or is some of that 2% still going towards straightening out the compression, and it's not as if every employee would get a 2% flat?
That one, every employee will get 2% flat is what's anticipated. We've addressed the compression issues for time in position at the county. The ones we still have to work on, we think we have we can do it within our existing budget right now, is that we did hire folks who came in with a lot of experience, but we didn't necessarily hire them into the range, recognizing their experience. Maybe they were hired at the beginning point of the range, even though they brought a lot of experience to the table. So I think we still have some cases that we're going to look at a process to correct those. It's a different kind of compression,
Okay,
but
so
still a
it's not
compression.
As serious, but the past budget decisions have gotten us more.
Absolutely, and we'll be able to show you, we were showing you graphs before where our employees were grouped by, their progression within the range. And your goal is to kind of have a bell curve, is what you would expect. We had a lot right in the front third, and then it tapered off. We've created that bell curve now. So we're in pretty good shape. We've got some corrections to make in public safety, like I said, and I think we have some corrections to make for folks who maybe came to the organization and weren't recognized, with a lot of experience, and weren't recognized for that.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think we've made a lot of progress there. Health benefits is going to be a really interesting discussion for you, because we're going to talk about reducing our costs and increasing our benefits. We've been really focused the past few years on efforts to really manage and be more strategic on dealing with healthcare costs, and it makes a huge difference. We actually are seeing, and this is a conservative decrease now, and working with our brokers, that we're able to cut the county's cost for providing healthcare by 15%. That doesn't sound like a whole lot but it is when you're talking about a $3.5 million kind of expenditure. What that meant in our 5-year plan is almost $2 million that we had previously budgeted for that we're able to apply then in a few different areas. We have not just driven that all back to health benefits. This is part of how we're paying to bring back our compensation plan. It allowed that. It's also allowed for some capacity increases that we're going to talk to you about. And we are also able to be pretty strategic, and we won't go into a lot of detail today, but we're really paying a lot of attention to positioning ourselves should the Cadillac tax or the excise tax on health plans come into effect in 2018. We had been in a position where we're going to owe almost $1 million, just shy of $1 million. We've gotten that down now to a more manageable $200,000 or $300,000 number. We think we're going to be able to get that pretty close to zero if there are no changes in that excise tax by 2018. Where we're looking at increasing benefits is in areas that aren't covered by that excise tax. So you'll see recommendations for us to improve our vision benefit, our dental benefit. We're going to continue to incentivize folks to come into the high deductible health plans. We're anticipating that the premium for those will go down by 5%. We will see a small increase, 5% increase for the open access plan, but again, within a very reasonable range. And really, those savings have allowed us to focus putting a little bit more in bringing our pay plan back to where it was pre-recession, and also adding some capacity. So the efforts that we've had, which aren't complete, they're still new, are really starting to show some benefit. So we'll talk more about that.
If the entire nation could reduce their health costs by 15%, I mean, trillions of dollars.
Yeah, it'd be a big deal. It's a big deal for us.
So, are you sharing this?
Well, yeah, and I think, look, in an organization our size, some of it's luck, and some of it is just doing what we've done to have employees really paying attention to how they're spending their health care dollars, how they're utilizing the health plan, what they're doing on the preventive side. You know, I think our efforts to incentivize employees to build a relationship with their primary care physician, it matters. And that's what evidence shows again and again and again. If you want to reduce health care costs, deliver more of your health care through a primary care physician and less through specialists, right? And the nation knows this, everyone knows this. It's about how do you create the incentives for that to happen, and I think we're having some success there. We have among the 5 employers right now in the VHA last year, we had the highest rate of participation in the health fairs and the blood draws, going to see a primary care physician, and we're seeing the biggest decreases. So it's not rocket science, it's just kind of grinding it out and making it work.
I forget, John, I know that you'd offer, or the county offers 2 different types of health plans based on deductibles, and we were trying to encourage employees to go to the higher deductible because that would lessen the risk of us having this excise tax placed on us for a Cadillac plan.
That's correct.
So that just started last year, a year before? It was kind of
we've been in 2 years of that cycle now.
So you sort of see, what sort of percentage of employees now have shifted over?
Yeah, it's gone way up, and I actually just asked HR, and they gave me those numbers, and I didn't have them written down here, but we have been...
I think we're in the range of having 2/3 of employees on the high deductible now, where it used to be flipped around.
And then with some of the new proposals of the health plan, I breezed through it quickly, that should then hopefully encourage those who haven't selected that option to hopefully go in that direction.
Yeah, there are going to be some circumstances where the open access plan is still a better plan for employees, and we're going to be providing a selector tool so that employees can really do a detailed kind of comparison. And that's one of the reasons, that's the only reason we haven't dropped it yet. I fully expect that if the excise tax does implement as it's currently written in 2018, we are going to have to get rid of the open access plan. That's what I've been telling employees. But there are some that believe Congress is going to change that excise tax. There are some that believe it won't happen, that the politics are too difficult. I've fallen more in that camp, but we've decided let's get ourselves positioned so it's not a huge change or a huge surprise for employees, and let's see how it plays out so that we don't have to unnecessarily cut a plan that may be beneficial for some of our folks. So we'll spend more time on that. There's a lot in here. We're doing a lot with pay and benefits, but remember it's all within that 1.7% increase on the operating side, so a lot of it's realignment.
Continuing to look at maintaining and building our operating capacity, we have a number of FTE changes, full-time equivalent position changes proposed in the 2016 budget. And in the general fund, they really fall into three different categories. And the first is maintaining our current capacity. We've had a few areas of the organization that came to depend on some temporary or term-limited positions, and it would be a definite loss of capacity for these departments to do without that position, and we are recommending putting in full-time positions. The first is a management analyst in the manager's office. As you know, we've had a best and brightest intern in 2014 and 2015, which has been a tremendous resource, not just to the manager's office, but the whole organization. And losing that resource would mean losing capacity at a time when we have more projects going on than ever before. So we are proposing a regular ongoing management analyst. In our human resources department, likewise, they have used temp labor here and there to help with admin assistance, some technical aspects, and now as they're implementing new software, it's apparent that they need a regular ongoing position and not just temps to fill in this capacity. Also, summer interns in ComDev, they've had interns often during the summers and want to just recognize this as an ongoing summer position. The second county attorney's position was originally approved as a 4-year term-limited position, and we are proposing to remove that term limit, make it an ongoing position. Then the next category...
Can I just ask a few
Sure.
questions? So, a management analyst, a nice title, I don't know what it means.
Yeah, and so, and we can talk more about this. There are specific areas in our office right now where we are providing support but maybe having difficulty keeping up. So we'd anticipate that roughly 20% of the time is going to be spent tracking legislative issues and doing analysis for legislative issues and policy work. That's an area that Phyllis and I have been kind of splitting and with greater or lesser success, I think, that depending on the area. We also have been implementing a team structure throughout the organization where we're chartering teams for projects. You know, we did that with a web team when we rolled out our website. We had a number of sites that either departments needed technical assistance or just needed some support getting trained and getting their websites done. That's, you know, we charter those. They have a definite beginning and end, and somebody's kind of project managing those teams. We'd be using the management analyst to help us with that. That's something I'm not spending my time monitoring those types of charters and internal side. We've got a number of special projects that we've currently been using our intern for that we'd anticipate we'd be continuing on with. Our broadband efforts and such have been supported largely through our best and brightest intern really providing both analytic capacity and project management capacity in an area where we haven't necessarily added staff to do that. So, and then there's, as Connie said, there's just a lot out there in the organization, whether it be analysis, business process development, white papers that there's just a need throughout the organization, and so we're almost able, this is probably not the right term, but to kind of use this resource as a organizational commando, for lack of a better term, to go in and do analysis or build process or help a department with a temporary capacity need. So this bringing on our best and brightest intern I've been surprised at the demand in the organization for that capacity, and so we want to keep it going.
Great. And so remove term limit from second assistant county attorney. Does that mean she's still the second assistant county attorney?
Well, you're going to see there's a bullet point later that we are going to recommend actually eliminating the vacant position, but creating more one-time monies in litigation and such. And we'll get into that some more. So, overall, there would not be an FTE increase long-term. It'd be keeping the department level. It's maintaining.
And there's no, so is the person still the second assistant? I mean, is there a title change?
We'll have to talk to.
The title is just assistant county attorney, and
okay.
The position remains assistant.
The position wasn't second. It was just meant there were two of them.
Okay.
I noticed that there is a place for a new best and brightest intern.
That's right.
So we'd be bringing in a new person in addition to
yes, skipping ahead a little bit. In our 5-year plan, we've planned in the out years in 2017 and 18 to apply again for this Best and Brightest program and hopefully have another intern during that cycle since it was so successful the first time around.
And part of that's being driven by, as we integrate the management analyst position into my office, there's actually going to be probably less capacity than we have now to support the rest of the organization on special projects. We saw a lot of bang for the buck with the state paying half of this internship, and so it's a proposal. This would be, I would see an intern coming in. Always depends on who you get and what kind of skill sets they bring in, but providing support out in the organization for projects and such.
Yeah, I'm real excited to see this in the budget, and given the workload and the demands and what we're requiring out of our staff, I think we've all talked a little about stretching things a little too thin and being over capacity. And so, I've asked for a while to say, hey, do we need more assistance in the management office? And I'm glad to see this is being taken seriously. And, given the magnitude of these work projects, whether it's the airport, the new facilities, or just, ongoing improvements to our service delivery, this is well needed, and I'm glad to see it.
And that's what we heard from staff during our preliminary meetings in the core focus areas that we had, is that departments are feeling that stretch and that need, and the county is taking on larger projects than ever before. And so there is a need to certainly maintain the capacity that we already have and then add to it. And the second category here on this slide is rebuilding capacity. A number of positions were cut during the recession, and there are a few areas that we want to now build back a little bit more support in the departments. Our dispatch center has struggled to maintain staff, struggled with high turnover rates. We're proposing 1 regular FTE, 1 dispatcher, and then 2 overfill positions. The overfill positions, or another term for that is fill-ahead positions, are not budgeted. They have a very long 6-month training process in dispatch, and they know that if they hire a group of new trainees, it's very likely that half of them won't make it through the 6-month training, and they end up with only half of the resources they started with. So the overfill positions allow them to hire more up front so that by the time they get to the end, they can actually have the staffing levels that they want.
So in the group, they have 5, or started with 5 people training.
And
one has dropped out, or at least one at this point.
They typically might assume that if they start with 5, that 2 will actually make
But
it
if
to
we
the
actually,
end
if
of
the
training.
4 remaining actually make it all the way through and join the final team, then does that
So this is a tricky.
provide 1 more than we had, or what?
This is the tricky part with the fill-ahead positions, is that they depend on turnover for financing. And so what we recognize is that we've got a high turnover area, and so you can either budget those positions fully, or you can anticipate a certain level of turnover and making sure you've got enough folks who are trained in the pipeline. If we hit on changes that improve the longevity or reduce the turnover, we'll need to come back and eliminate some of these fill-ahead positions. But right now, what we'd anticipate is that there's going to be turnover. If it's not just in the class, maybe it's coming with another person in the dispatch center, and we want to be sure we have a pool of folks who can step right in. This is not an uncommon kind of practice, particularly in positions like this. We used it down in the Grand Junction Dispatch Center also.
We can always share them with Vail with our mutual agreement with
Yeah,
Vail.
right.
Is it because of the complexity of the job, training?
It's very stressful.
You know, it's a stressful position. There is a lot of complexity to it, and there's very, very little to no room for error. And so it does take I think a special personality and to last in those positions for a long time.
Yeah, let alone the night shifts.
Yeah.
And then you have the shift aspect of it, which we're looking at also.
So the training program, it's specific just to Pickens County. There's not sort of like a regional or statewide training program to try to generate a pool of interested people. Like if you go to, if you're going for a real estate license, you go to perhaps as a training program could be statewide, right? And then you go back to your community if you want to pursue that or not, and there's a big turnover in that.
There are skills that are transferable, but each dispatch center often has a different software system. And so it is, I know that it's a different setup. You also need to know your region, street names.
Yeah. And so then do we have one person who's just designated as a trainer?
No,
for staff, or?
We have 3 supervisors plus the director who.
So they're all
provide training.
Yeah. It just seems like that's a tremendous amount of time and resource we're putting in for an unknown, whether it be 4 months, 5 months, or 2 years.
Well, and we're looking at other aspects. As Rachel mentioned, the shift work. Is there a different way to look at that might improve longevity? It's complex. Yeah.
Just to George's question, we are working with CMC to try and get a regional program through CMC, which would feed the Rifle Center, the Vail Center, and ours on some of the transferable skills, even though we have some. We're trying in every avenue we can.
So going on with positions, another area that was cut back during the recession was finance, and we're recommending another accountant in finance. With some of the large projects that are coming up, there's more need than ever for accountability and following these well from a financial point of view, so we need the resources. And then a summer intern for environmental health, also dealing with capacity issues. And then the third category on this slide is addressing statutory requirements and succession planning. And we are proposing another appraiser for the assessor's office. They have not had an increase in staff in a very long time. During that time, the number of properties has doubled, their values have gone way up, the complexity that they're dealing with is large, and there's a need to address some statutory compliance issues in the area of personal property evaluation, and also just planning for the future, having enough staff capacity so that as retirements come up in future years, that the department is ready to respond and still have the personnel in place that they need. Questions on any of the positions in this slide? Again, included in our 5-year plan, we mentioned the best and brightest intern in 2017 and 18, and then also a custodian for facilities in 2017. With the new Plaza Edition coming online, we will need another resource there. For 2016, facilities has some concerns about having staff spread out into different locations as construction and remodel is taking place in this building. And we do want to let departments know that there could be a service level change in 2016 with maybe trash not being emptied quite as often, or just staff needing to maybe be a little more flexible as we're going through the transition in different locations before we come back to the new building.
Can't you contract for those locations?
That's one possibility that they're looking at, yes.
Yeah, and we right now in our budget did not propose budgeting, whether it be through contracting or adding a resource in 2016 to address, being spread out and such. Rather saying we operate a very high level of service right now with our custodial services, and while when we come back into our facility, we expect to resume that level, and we felt like if offices weren't necessarily getting cleaned every day but every other day in some cases, that would be an acceptable level of service. And so we didn't add for either contracting. We could put a little bit of extra in to do that. We wanted to call that out for the board because it is potentially a change that you notice. I don't think it'll be a huge noticeable change.
I won't notice it, the people
used
to having clean facilities in those.
I think the bathrooms would be continued on the same schedule, but it's more about trash and vacuuming.
Mm-hmm.
So in other funds, there are also some positions being requested. Open Space and Trails, a resource specialist, and they will talk more about this position during the next budget meeting. A wellness technician in the HR department. This would be a 2-year term-limited position, and it would be paid out of savings in the health insurance fund. This would be to advance different Valley Health Alliance wellness initiatives. The Healthy Community Fund has set aside a percentage of their fund to be able to have administrative support. They set aside 5%, but they have not been using that much. This year they started with a 50% FTE, that's 20 hours a week. And they propose moving up to a 4-day-a-week position, 32 hours a week. That would use 3% of that fund, which is still below the 5% that was actually approved to be able to use for admin help. In the translator department, you heard from our Mountain mountain site manager earlier this afternoon. There are a lot of changes going on in that area. The operations manager was originally approved as a term-limited position to see what would be needed in that area. As they've been looking at their future plans, they realized that this needs to be an ongoing position. So we would be taking the term limit off of that position. Questions on these positions?
Connie, or John, on the wellness technician, Connie, you just said that this person would be utilized to put forth the goals of the Valley Health Initiative, Valley-wide Health Alliance.
Through the Valley Health Alliance, and John can speak to it better, but each of the participants are trying to develop wellness programs. And our Human Resources Department just does not have the capacity to be working on developing wellness programs. And so we feel like there's a need for a resource if we're really going to be implementing programs.
So do these other organizations who are our partners today already have a wellness technician that's working on that? So
yeah, and we want to still keep it in the testing out. We're starting to see results that we're getting excited about, that I already talked to you about. Not many organizations are seeing decreases without, and being able to increase their benefits. But I think the jury's still out on how well wellness programs really work and what the direct connection is between those kinds of cost savings. Other entities right now have this. It is my hope that through coordination with the 5 employers, we might be able to find opportunities to share those resources. That's just not working out like I thought it might. It turns out those folks are pretty busy with their own organizations, and it's putting a lot of pressure right now throughout HR in areas that aren't really specialized to it. So this, we're hoping to be rolling out a health coaching model and those sorts of things. It's going to require a lot of coordination on our end.
Full-time position?
I forwarded, I think, to Phyllis either yesterday or a couple days ago, Northwest Council of Governments is having a one-day special session on how to devise wellness plans for your organization. And so I don't know if we have anyone attending or if we're already past that, but that would probably be valuable.
Yes, HR is in contact with them, and they're actually presenting at the BHA Thursday.
Okay, great.
Some positions that were proposed but are not included in the budget at this time is a shared heavy equipment operator, half open space, half road and bridge. This was a late proposal in our process, and we felt that it still needs further vetting before we could move it forward. An environmental health specialist and an inspector and plans examiner in community development. These are areas that if we see revenue sources coming available, they could be brought forth to the board in 2016.
When I was talking to Kurt Dahl the other day about the restaurant inspection fee committee that's working, and there might be increased revenues, but he was saying, he needs another inspector just to get the inspections all done in a timely manner, and he thought even if we got the increased fees, it still wouldn't pay for the new inspector. It would help pay for part of it. But is that what you're referring to in this, that we're expecting more revenue, therefore we can go ahead and be planning on hiring another person?
Well, we think, we believe that we need a resource. We also believe that to the greatest degree possible, that resource should be supported by the fees and the industry that are being regulated by it. And so we know these discussions are ongoing. Before recommending this position and subsidizing this position, we want to be able to say, yes, we need it, and we need to see that flexibility to increase our fees to cover, if not all of it, part of it.
The committee was talking about the fee beginning in 2017, just for your information.
So that may be something we'll go back and take a look at when we were developing this, though. If entities continue to subsidize, there's not going to be that robust policy discussion that makes these services sustainable in the long run.
Yeah, and I don't want to take us backwards, and again, perhaps it can be talked about when we get to open space and trails. You have resource specialists, or they have. But we talked a lot about having increased enforcement at North Star next summer and things like that. And so I'd like to know how that's going to be handled within the open space and trails budget.
I do believe that position is directly relating to some of their capacity needs, like the North Star.
Okay, well, I just, back to the title, I wasn't sure if it's someone doing more research and title searches or in the field. So.
No, I believe it's more what Gary's position used to be in the past when the fund first started.
Okay. And I'm going to have to leave a few minutes early.
As we mentioned before, there are two positions vacant positions that we'll be removing from the budget. One is an assistant county attorney position. So we have had 2 assistant county attorneys. One will be vacated soon, and that position will be eliminated. The other goes from term limited to continuing full-time. And then a use tax accountant. We have not had anyone in that position for a couple of years, and finance staff has taken up those responsibilities, so this position will be eliminated. This chart shows FTE changes between 2015 and 2016. It lists the different departments of the county on the left-hand side, and then the first column shows what was approved in the 2015 budget. The second column shows what was added mid-year 2015, and then the third column shows what's proposed in the 2016 budget. Mid-year 2015, there were actually a lot of changes that took place. In the attachments to the budget message, there's a detailed chart that lists out each and every position change. I'm not going to go into each one, but again, in the budget message section of your binder, in the attachments on page 14, you can see all of the changes detailed out. Mid-year, we were building capacity in our BITS department, in information technology. Also in human resources, they have received a number of different new grants and allocations from the state and have been able to add a number of different resources for more programs to serve in the human services area. And then the proposed FTEs are the ones that we just talked about on the slides beforehand, and that shows the total number of FTEs then for 2016.
So what percentage of that then? Is that about 5%?
It's about a 5%, yes.
Increase in FTEs.
Yeah, and it's an increase. And what's happening right now is the county's coming into a period where we're taking on more and more projects, right? We're taking on really more projects, larger projects. And so what I'd expect is that we're going to see those staff numbers grow as we do that, and as we go through succession planning also, because you tend to need overlap and such in positions. And we'll see some of that ebb and flow as we work through over the next 5 to 7 years, particularly a lot of our deferred projects, whether it be facilities and radio, airport. We've got a lot of big things on the table. So what I would expect to see while we're taking on more is that our staff numbers will grow, and as we work through and come back to more of a steady state, it's probably going to be a kind of a 5 to 7 year run that will probably readjust back down. And that doesn't necessarily can be through attrition a number of different ways.
I'm sorry. Well, you can say that, but I mean, if you look at it historically, when I first got here, there was under 200, and now there's 271. So that looks like a steady increase to me.
Mhm.
And so, which is okay, I guess, if you're getting something in return.
Yeah. And if you look at particularly over the last 2 years, Michael, we've also had a change in philosophy in some of our areas where we had been outsourcing, right? So we didn't have a lot of numbers counted in our FTE count. So when you came on, we didn't have an IT department that was included in our FTE count. We had a much smaller human services department, which has expanded with decisions at the federal level and the state level. And so I think there's been a combination of things. It's not just obviously us growing staff, but it's been a combination of a change in philosophy where we've brought some things in-house that had previously been outsourced. IT is a great example of that. Translator is another example of that. That makes those FTE numbers look better, but it's not necessarily more people in the community or different, or it's just a difference in philosophy of how we're implementing those things.
But I mean, just for the sake of
Yeah.
argument, if someone said, well, in 2005, you had this many employees, and now you have this many employees, and now you're building a facility to house us, what does that look like to an outsider? That looks like government growth, and that's a position that people are going to take. So you have to have a counterbalance to that says there's a clear explanation that deals with that. Because I'll be faced with that. I'm sure people saying, you've increased your employees by 70 employees, and now you want a new space.
Steve?
Yeah.
I think Michael makes a good point, and I think it is always incumbent on us to explain it well, and for you to give us the tools to explain it well. And I think that if you put together a kind of a bullet point that went along with this chart that talked about the services that used to be outsourced and contracted, which are now in-house, and one of those also is obviously the landfill going forward as well. But I think doing that sort of thing, the other context to this is just the same as you said with the assessor's office. There's twice as many properties as there were 10 years ago in the county, or whatever that ratio was. And so I think that needs to be part of this context of a growing community, whether it's of county residents, whether it's been county growth out or within the incorporated areas. And the other thing I think that we might be kind of shortchanging ourselves on a little bit, and I could be wrong, but if we look back to 2007, 2008, when we did the reductions in force related to the recession and extreme monetary difficulties. So you really, starting this chart at 2010, kind of missed that, how many we used to have before we had to do those reductions in force. And so some of this, as you said, has been rebuilding capacity. ComDev comes to mind for me in terms of, I know we'd let a number of planners go and folks go, and now we're to a point where they're starting to see a backlog again. People are wondering why they can't get their permits as fast. And so it does ebb and flow. And we have done reductions in force before. But I think looking back to that kind of, what we used to be then in this chart would be helpful. And clearly, open space and trails is moving more towards a maintenance regime as the properties grow, as opposed to pure acquisition. So I just think maybe a bullet point memo of a few of these key considerations would be helpful going forward.
So
And I'll leave early today, I'm sorry.
3 new in solid waste center, that's due to the fact that we're taking over that operation.
That's right.
Okay. And then I must have missed, you have under admin manager, you've got 2.
What page are you on, George? I'm sorry.
The personnel organization.
27, 26.
I think slide 27.
I'm on
Slide
page,
26.
I'm on page 26.
Okay. I'm sorry. I sort of lost where we were.
Yeah, and so then under admin manager, I know we talked about the manager analyst. What was the other position?
There was an internal change with one position moving from under the clerk's office into the manager's department.
We moved the clerk to the board.
Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Oh.
So is that that's not an increase?
It's
though,
not a
is
new
it?
No, it's a
position.
shift.
It's just, and
But
if
but
you,
it's counted, isn't
And
it?
she's deducted from the clerk's.
But you'll see there's a
Oh, it's a
negative
deduction
one
from the
on-
clerk, okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, so it's just so you could see how the head counts were changing
Okay.
in different departments.
Yeah, and in human services, there's over this period of the last 5 years, there's a 166% increase. But understand that 80% of that funding comes from grants. So the real net dollar cost to us is 20 cents on the dollar.
You know, the complexity of the budget makes it subject to simplistic attacks.
Right. And it's hard to defend because your answer is a complex one, because you've
Yeah.
got to go in, just like John just did,
Right.
human services, here's what happened, open space and trails where, and we can go through, we've obviously talked about all of these, but I think we can put together a bullet point and just try and give you the quicker answers, because clearly as we've added lands to maintain open space and trails, we've grown that staff. As we've brought services in-house that were previously outsourced, we added staff there. The bottom line that I would point back to is all of this is being done with a 1.7% increase in operating budget at the end of the day. That's the real increase, that's the real growth. That's why I keep emphasizing that number, but I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it is going to be about our facilities, and facilities not just here, but at the airport, and they're under scrutiny.
No, I agree, and the areas that are really driving the facilities changes haven't grown. When you look at law enforcement, the sheriff's department hasn't grown significantly, but the practice of law enforcement has changed a great deal in the last decade, and certainly in the last 130 years. A lot of what's driving our space needs is what's happening with the courts and such, and there's not necessarily a lot of growth in position there, but there is a lot of increased demand for hearing spaces and those sorts of things. And also the elements of a modern and secure court system. That's changed over the last, so a lot of this is not being driven by growth in these areas. It's being changed by what's happened with, expectations of the community, what's happened with changes in business practices, our meeting spaces. It's not driven by having more commissioners necessarily, but by having a larger community with more engaged people on more issues. We need a larger meeting room to host some of the issues that you all talk about from time to time. So I think we can put that together. It's not being driven necessarily by FTE growth. ComDev has ebbed and flowed. It's been bigger in the past than it is today. Yes, it's grown a little bit recently to accommodate some of the growth, but we can provide you some of those bullet points. Unfortunately, they'll still have an element of complexity to them. That's the challenge. Yeah.
But at least we're addressing it aside from raw budget figures, right?
Yeah.
It's more a philosophical level of addressing.
Yep.
this pie chart just shows the distribution of positions throughout the different parts of the county government, with general government being the largest, public safety second, then airport, library, public works, and so on. Within our 2016 budget, we have planned for a number of different one-time projects. With the elimination of one of the assistant attorney positions, we have put a lump sum dollar amount planned for the next 3 years of $150,000 a year to fill in for outside legal counsel. In HR, there is some money to finish up compensation consulting as they've been working on new county pay plans and structures. In the Community Relations Department, we are recommending having a citizen survey every other year, and so that has been plugged into the 5-year plan so that we know that every other year that will be in the budget. In the jail, they have worked over the last few years on the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and they will be conducting an audit of that program in 2016. There was a joint program developed between our Human Services Department and Public Safety to come up with an ad campaign to try to prevent domestic violence. 2016 will be the 3rd and final year of this campaign, and there's $25,000 budgeted for that. Senior Services, as you know, has been working on their Aging Well initiative. $25,000 is budgeted for that program. In community development, they have a number of different code adoption and master plan issues that are coming up that need to be addressed, that will need some outside consulting use, either to help with the codes themselves or to backfill so that staff has time to be able to work on code adoption. So we have $50,000 for land use code adoption, $10,000 in 2016, $25,000 in 2017 for long-range planning master plans. And then in building inspection, $35,000 a year for 2 years, backfilling to support staff as they are working on building code adoption. So just, I know this is a lot of detail, but just to give you an idea of some of the one-time projects that are being included.
Yeah, I just wondered, so over the next 2 years for Comm Dev, we're looking at using outside consulting for a little over $100,000. It wouldn't pay just to hire someone to fill that and have a little more control over the time and use?
Unfortunately, they're different topic areas.
Yeah.
You know, one's planning and master planning. Another is really just filling in while we do some technical rewrite that really is more of a local amendment process in the international building codes.
Yeah.
So it seems that this is a better use of the money.
Yeah, ComDev needs a best and brightest program too.
She made a pitch for that in the,
Yeah, believe me, I tried.
So I know we're coming to the end of a long day. Bottom line, this plan budget leaves us in good financial position. It covers every aspect of our strategic plan, and I think ensures that we can continue to provide good services to citizens.
1.7%.
Operating.
I've been waiting for you to say that again.
Yeah, it does have just the 1.7% increase in operating on the general fund. Obviously, our significant increases are project-oriented around capital projects and housing projects. That's really where we're spending. Long-term, we keep healthy fund balances, and even after having probably our most aggressive capital year in our history in 2016, if this budget's approved, we start rebuilding fund balances after that. So again, leaves us in really healthy shape. Just reiterate, as we'll talk to you about in the upcoming core focus meetings, really does touch on all the critical outcome areas that have been identified for the county to provide to citizens. And so I know we're at the end. I'm not going to prolong it. Do you guys have any questions at this point?
No, I would just say thank you. It was a great presentation. It was clear and as concise as can be, and I think with some of the ideas that Michael presented in terms of trying to drill down a little bit more to tell the story, because as we know, we want to tell the story to the public, which will be conveyed to the public mainly through the press, So they understand a little bit more in terms of what it really encompasses the budget and how these dollars are getting used for the benefit of the community.
And if we have a consistent voice on that too, I think is important.
Yeah, I would agree with George. It was really easy to read through this and follow along.
Good.
Consequently, I didn't have a whole lot of questions, but it was all, it was pretty self-explanatory the whole way, and you did a good job. One suggestion I would have, when I look at, I love the pie charts. They're very artistic looking, but actually a bar graph showing county personnel, well, general government has the most. You got a bar graph with that over on the left showing that's the highest, and stair stepping down like that would actually be easier to get information out of, to see, to compare the different things on the pie chart. What's the biggest down to the lowest level? Michael?
On our, strategic core focus areas and success factors, so we come together with a safe community, a vibrant, sustainable community, and a healthy community, and that's a high quality of life. But one of the downsides of it is this community is one of the most expensive communities in the United States, not just in Colorado, but in the United States. So there's a problem there. It's either that nobody else can afford it, and so they don't do it. But I think other people think of themselves as a vibrant, sustainable community and a safe community. So there's something we don't show here on this thing, and that's the difficulty of dealing with a high-priced community.
No, and I think when we talk about livable community, I think that's where we really address those challenges, because we have a high degree of prosperity for a certain portion of the community. It makes livability a challenge for a lot of the community, and that's that balance point. And I think where we respond to that is, trying to do things like maintaining a community by having an affordable housing program, supporting transportation, supporting child care, supporting all of those factors that reduce that cost of living. And what is an otherwise, you're absolutely right, Michael, an expensive community. It makes livability a real challenge for a significant portion of the community. We try and address that in various ways with programs and such, but that's a huge challenge.
Yeah, and it's not, this becomes sort of a self-congratulatory kind of intersection. It doesn't really tell the entire story. All right?
Yeah.
It's not a criticism,
No,
but it's somehow it doesn't, it congratulates all of us. We have a safe community, we have a healthy community, right? But there's something missing.
Well, what it doesn't, so this is an aspirational.
Right. Okay.
Right? And because it's aspirational, it doesn't necessarily go back and say, well, what are the issues and challenges with achieving any of this? That's something that we do in the core focus meetings. It's something you'll see when you look at the budget profiles. Departments spend time talking about, here's what's challenging about us providing service to our community.
And we hear it from Nan, we've heard it in the past, and I'm not sure that we've made enough progress on that aspect of this community.
That's fair enough, and if we haven't allocated resources correctly for that, this is a time to talk about it.
Right now?
I would not suggest doing it right now.
In a month and a half.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify that.
You got 5 minutes.
Listen, I want to, and again, I just want to thank you in advance. We're going to have a lot of these in-depth meetings. It's a lot of time, effort, and work on your part. We need your guidance through this process, and we appreciate your guidance and insights through the process. So thank you for your hard work in advance, and we'll
be back for
Would you
core focus
budget like
meetings.
things in the morning?
Yeah, this is the first time we've done the afternoon and might be better in the morning. I don't know, you're tired out by the afternoon either way, so.
There won't be as much chocolate though that way. All right, thanks guys, it was good.
Thank you. Thank you.
We finished almost on time and within 1.7% of budget.
Yeah. Not forget that number.
So,
Tomorrow morning,
anything else for the good of the
10:45?
order? 10:45 is the thing in the courthouse lobby for the reception for the award winners. And our regular meeting at noon.
Missed that.
Thank you, Grassroots.